you can get mad at me. But you've been watching the stock for the last 2, 3, 4 months. In your mind, how many shares of Finger have been sold without locating, without finding the stock? Who's selling the stock? Is that stock available to borrow, or
Someone just sent me a quick thing that said Interactive Brokers has no shares to lend out. So people who have accounts there now can see that there's no more. They can't borrow. So everyone, if you want to do something to help the cause, make sure you put your stock out for sale. So if the stock is 788, you can throw it out there at 20 for the day, and if it starts to really run, you can always cancel it and move it. But once you put it out for sale, they can't lend it out. All right, because the stock is out for sale. So just to protect yourself, put it out there, pick a number, all right, and just throw it out there for the day. You can do that every day, or you can put it out there good till canceled. That's something you can do without doing anything. Just
my question is more for the SEC if they're watching. There are no shares available to sell. This is all fraud. That's what my question is. But anyway, it's more of a statement.
Listen. If you can answer your own questions, just give me a heads up.
I know.
I personally think that the stock's going to explode. Okay, I've been saying it since $4. I said this thing has this tendency. It looks like it's going to just keep walking up and explode. And we all looking for something that goes up 5 points real quick, and that's what we're all looking for. But again, the slow march is the best march. The more they sell, the higher it goes. That's all. They're not covering anything, and that led me into this, William. I'll just recap that.
Sure.
I posted this morning. The real short has increased in Finger Motion. So that day they borrowed $350,000. I think they only shorted $200,000 of that $350,000, or they covered it. They turned around and covered it, but it doesn't show up. So I think we're up to $450 now, short Finger. So the first part was 240 something. They're short around $2. If they shorted at 5, their average is 3, say, and here we are at 8. So they're down $5 on 400,000 shares. So that's $2 million. The most they can make from 3 on 500,000 shares at 400,000 is $1.5 million, and they're already upside down, losing it all already. Nobody. No one, no trading desk, no one who's got any brains would do that trade. Where the most you can make is $1.5 million, and you're already down $2 million. So look for that guy to panic soon and buy back that 500,000 shares.
Yeah, go ahead.
GTII, they covered 60,000 shares, so it's down to 160. All right, they probably scalped 20 cents off of it. If you're sitting around trying to scalp 20 cents, and the most you can make is 20 cents, and the most you can lose is infinite, you're another idiot, whoever's doing that trade.
The answer is no to this, but the question is, would Finger negotiate with Jeffries to sell a block of shares to help the shorts out, maybe at inflated prices?
Oh yeah, I'm sure the company who's been manipulated and all their livelihoods have been turned upside down for years thanks to Lynn Partners and naked short selling. Sure, we're going to help you out. Let me negotiate for you. I'll show you how to do it.
I mean, people don't understand how important Univest is. Totally different than the crap firms. They're not even firms like Lynn Partners New York City. Lynn Partners New York City is a joke. They're just a front for fraud.
They're a front. Very good, William. They are a front. Yeah. They're a fraud. They're a front.
Yeah.
They probably sit in that office playing pocket pool, all of them.
I hope that's not a allegation I don't understand.
Don't go in the gutter. Stay where you are.
This question comes always, every day. I apologize for it.
Is it KYP?
Yeah, she's going to kick your rear end in...
I'm waiting. You just tell me when.
She's about to whoop your ass. The expected distribution of GTII on October 15th.
October 15th.
Is it going to cause dilution, and how long does it take to get over the dilution? It's just,
I don't think everyone who's getting a dividend really cares. It's not, if you're here to get an extra 2,000 shares of stock, I get the big people I know, they don't even care about it. That's not even, it was done to expose fraud. That's
exactly. And it's already been issued. It's already in the calculus of anyone looking at the stock.
But it's been done to expose the brokerage firms over security fraud. That's what it's been done for.
What's your high on finger and your low high on finger in a squeeze?
It's hard to tell you what the price is going to be till I see it start to squeeze. But the good news is we're $8 and they haven't bought a share back. So none. They haven't bought any. They sold 70% more yesterday, whatever the volume was yesterday. They sold 2 million more yesterday. I told you I stopped counting at 170. So, every day they keep piling on. The number just keeps going up. Again, I think that education, that everybody knows what's going on. So instead of you bailing out at 10, you may bail out at 15. Instead of bailing out at 25, you may bail out at 35. And that is what makes it super dangerous, because investors will stay longer to the game, okay? And I hope you understood how I said sell small all the way up, and you get an average price. That makes it 100 times worse for the short, because he's looking for you to sell your 10,000 shares up a quarter. That's what they're looking for. And that's what people did in GameStop. What's different here and in GTI, as we all know, and I do believe that people are going to stay back and cost these guys more money when they cover, which makes it worse.
How much leverage or leeway do you think the Lynn Partners has?
I don't think they have any leeway yet. I think they're choking, and I think that I think they have this. I think they're in a panic. That's what their attacks show you that they're in a panic. The call buy-in tells you that people know they're in a panic. We heard last week that there's a firm on the street that has a problem, right? And the stock went up $2 already. All right. So again, someone's in a panic. And you can see that these guys are not even buying puts anymore, so they, that game is over with on the short side.
The volume seems to be non-existent while we've been on the call. I mean, it's like a changing of the guard or something.
What happens is that they can see the big orders are here. All right, they can see there's whales standing there scooping it up. Then they may be dummies, okay, but they know that they've been set into a trap, okay? Everybody knows it now, and you're sitting here. It's just a matter of where they're going. Down brings buyers, up brings sellers. The only way to get people to sell is to take the stock higher. So you can see that the stock is sitting here. Nothing is going on. So I would advise to my friends who text me all the time that I'm like, this is the time. It's showtime to buy. You can't. I told you this is the perfect trading pattern. Ask anyone on Wall Street. Do yourself. If you're nervous, call your friend up, a broker. Ask them if they've ever seen a chart pattern walking up step by step, slowly, each day, an inch. And it just puts so much pressure on the short sellers, their heads are going to pop off. And just watch the stock. It was just offered at 90. They offered 200 shares at 89. If I wanted to sell 200 shares, you think I'm going to wait till it trades at 89 or just watch?
Well, I mean, what's the difference? 4 cents on 200 shares?
That all they're trying to do is hide the offers.
Yeah.
Okay. They tried to hide the offers. They don't want to. The 90 offer, the 790 offer is something they're just trying to scare investors.
9,000 shares. Nobody's selling 9,000 shares at 790 right now.
Right.
For real.
Well, just look at it. The stock is always 200 by 500.
I think they don't want to sell it, so they step in front. But
well, the 787 bid for 100 shares tells me that the offer is the short and the bid is the short. That's what it tells me.
J.R. Ewing says hi. He's going to be on the call with Ham and Not Legal Advice on September 17th at 7:30 p.m.
Oh, I wrote the 23rd. I'm sorry. I got to keep writing that down. Make sure you guys remind me. I'm a bird brain, so.
Somebody's telling me I look like Bernie Madoff. Thanks a lot. Thanks. Thanks for nothing. It's better than...
My son said I look like Steve Buscemi.
People used to say I looked like Assad, that guy, the father. I can't remember his first name. Anyway, what price? You know, it seems like 5's been a battle, 6's been a battle, 7, now 8. What price do you think will be the final battle before we get up around round top?
I think we're close.
Yeah, so do I. I think 850. It's all over.
I put my bayonet and my weapon. I'm ready to start poking them.
Someone's saying I look like Ric Flair. I don't even know who he is.
That's a better one. There you go.
I used to get Steve Martin before I had the Irish driveway, but on my head. But
Ric Flair. That's the best one. That's very good.
yeah.
I still want to tie you to the front of the truck and drive you around DC. But any other questions?
Well, I don't. I'm looking. I don't really see many. The stock's making new highs because of you. Well, almost new highs.
Listen, for the bashes who say I'm pumping, I'm the worst pumper ever. This stock should be 300 already if I pumped it this hard and it doesn't go anywhere. Are you kidding me?
Here's one guy bragging. He's pretty good though. He bought $20 puts on Jeffries at 26 cents. They're $1.15 today. The marches.
Come on.
The marches.
Really?
Yeah, it's what he says. I have no reason to disbelieve him.
Well, he should sell those and move up to the Decembers for 30 cents, put the difference in his pocket for profit, and then don't worry about it. Don't look at it again. Do you understand what I said?
Yes, I do. But I don't know if he'll say, anyway, you can say it again if you want, but I understand it.
Sell the March puts, make $1 on them, and spend 30 cents by the December puts for 30 cents, and you make $70 in your pocket. You still got to put for the December at the 30s. If it doesn't work by then, you could use another 30 cents, right? Because you still got $70, 70 cents in profit in your pocket, and you could buy the Januaries or whatever it is for 30 cents. If it doesn't work again, you can do it again and still keep $10 in your pocket.
Somebody says I look like Mr. Burns. I don't see that at all. That's
That's Gary Gensler.
Yeah, it's like saying I look like Gary Gensler.
Right, Gary Gensler is Mr. Burns. 100% Mr. Burns. Just to touch back on him again, I do believe, and we're hearing the rumblings, the MMTLP number is going to get exposed. I think that people know it, and I think it's going to come out shortly. And Lynn Partners will be vaporized the second when that number comes out. Because people who doubt that we're saying 170, when they see the MFTLP number, they will all wet their pants, because then they'll know the GTI number is 450 and the finger motion number is north of the finger motion number is north of 170.
Someone's saying I look like Sparky Anderson. Nobody knows who Sparky is, except me.
Okay, the 90 offering is disappearing. It went from 9,000 to 1,300. That means the stock is going to be gone shortly. The person who was begging to sell his 9,000 doesn't see anybody selling, and now he's canceled it, and he's leaving a little there.
1,300.
Yeah, that's... now it's 16. Anyway, listen, they go back and forth all day. You can get dizzy watching this nonsense. Accumulation is the killer. Nice and slow and steady march up. I think a break of 8. Once we break 8, I think you'll see it at 8.50 real quick, and then it moves towards 9. And there's your squeeze moving up $1 at a clip. Your $5 calls at when the stock is 8 are now worth $3, right? Your 550s are worth 250s. Your 6s are worth 2. Your 7s are worth 1, and your 8s are in play.
Trading at 790. Trading at 790.
And that's how the options, you got to understand, you pay 40 cents for an option. How come my option's only worth $1? Time premium comes off. They go to parity. So exactly what the stock is trading at is parity. The $5 calls and now should be trading at 290. That's what they were, right? 290, right? 727.
Right.
290, right?
You got it.
If there's a dime premium, you'll be lucky. But that's what they do. They go to parity. And that's how it works. I'll give you an example. I told you the story. I was short. I bought puts on Shopify. I bought them. They were $70 lower. I'll say the stock was 500. I can't remember the exact price. I bought the 430 puts. So I need the stock to go down 70. I paid $13 for them. The stock went down 60. My options went from $13 to $17, up 4, with the stock down 70. And I was scratching my head saying these things should be at least $25 by that point. But again, someone knew the stock was going to turn. I had 1 second to think about it. People started buying the stock. It closed the day down 30, and the next day went up another 100, so I got wiped out. So the pricing of an option can tell you the direction of the stock. And I hesitated, and I made a mistake, and I wound up costing myself, I don't know, $80,000, whatever it was. Right, so
that's good advice, to watch the prices and also make...
When your options are not exploding, like a NVIDIA, if you buy I can't remember the number of the price of the stock. I'll give you a second. Hold on. NVIDIA is 450. It's up 7 today. Is this stock going to close at 500 tomorrow, Friday, or is it going to close at 430? You can see, that's the bet. No one knows what the hell is going to happen there. But again, pricing on options will tell you. A lot of people buy the options first, the big funds. They go out there and buy the calls first, and then they jam the stock. So you're saying to me, people buy the options first, and then they buy the stock. I wonder if that's what's going on around here. What do you think of that one, William?
Well, I think that you're onto something.
Calls. So if I had to buy 1 million shares of stock, I can tiptoe in here, buy 5,000 calls first, and then buy the stock. And guess what? That makes the options valuable. I wonder if people do that. That's interesting.
Busy Brands is saying he said it a while ago that the short position was, he thought 600 million in MMTLP, and he got a lot of grief for it. I'll tell you what, Busy, I said 2 billion. So if you got grief, I should have gotten grief. But anyway,
I'm going with Busy. Your number is ridiculous. I'll go with Busy.
I saw that number on an AI chat.
I met Busy. I met him when he was sober, and I met him when drunk. He's the same guy.
How do you know?
So he speaks the same way that when he's.
I understand you were drinking. How do you know it was the same guy?
Right. I'm talking to somebody else. Actually, I'm actually a very good drunk when I'm drunk.
A cheap date.
I'm a fun drunk. I'm not I don't speak as much when I'm drinking.
Somebody says here you sound Italian.
Absolutely not.
And we're running out of questions. But you've got a good...
You know I'm Italian because all I eat is pasta every day. That's all you need to know. and I chase it with a slice of pizza. That's how you know I'm Italian. If you want to find me, I'm bouncing around pizza places all over Brooklyn, getting a slice. That's what I do. It's so funny. I met the owner of Prince Street Pizza, and I befriended him, and great guy. And he's always inviting me to come to Prince Street to get a slice. And I always make fun of him. You're gonna comp me a slice of pizza and a Coke? Get out of here. It'll cost me $90 to park my car in Soho. What are you crazy to get there?
Best pizza in New York.
That's what they say. The lines around the block all the time. But so again, just to recap, so you guys understand. I do believe that the MMTLP thing is going to be earth-shattering. I think it's going to be on the cover of the paper. I think it's going to be a story that's going to shock Wall Street. And the companies that you can make money from are the two that we've been reporting on for years. And as we get closer, we'll have the documentary ready, and we will have the truck out in front of the SEC and the Senate banking, just reminding them about Lynch Partners, who will be in our new paperwork, William, that we hand out in D.C. For those of you who don't know, that cover of Forbes, I fill the inside with all kinds of good information about our criminals. And now we can update it about Lynn. We can update it about our friends in Australia. We'll throw them under the bus with them. All right? Don't give them. Tell that billionaire, come here. I'm going to give him the train schedule. That's what I'm going to give him.
Can you just sort of as a summary, can you say where you think Finger breaks out? When? Could it be any time, or is it weeks? So what's your feeling about the action in Finger?
I think the Finger motion is going to break out any second.
And is what price?
The $8 strike,
yeah,
is the same battle at 6 or 5 and 7, and you could see it. It was just trading at 93, and they offer it 1,300 at 88. Just remember, because Wall Street's about making pennies, protecting yourself. The pennies add up. When you trade all day, pennies add up. All right, think about that. And people on Wall Street, that's what you're taught. Keep protecting. When you don't have a trade going your way, take the penny loss, 2 penny loss, reestablish, and start over again. These guys give away pennies. So it's 93, they're offering 1,486. In a second, they offer it lower. All right, so they're willing to lose 4-7 cents every trade. It just keeps adding up, and it destroys everyone. Those pennies. We keep thinking it's dollars. It's the pennies that kill.
Hey, I got my shares off. It's $785.99. That was my price. No, I'm kidding.
You can see that when you can tell when they're in trouble when the bids all disappear and they keep marching down to 1,300, the 800, just to keep marking it lower. They're in trouble when they're doing this stuff.
This is lunchtime. Normally, I mean, the way I remember it, lunchtime was slow, but after 1 o'clock, 1:30, it starts hopping. So I'm guessing Finger's going up this afternoon.
I'm looking at the puts. The biggest put volume is 70 of the September 6 puts at a nickel. That's what they put up. That's what they did. And there's 70 of the 550s for October traded at 70 cents. That's it. There's nothing else. So on the call side, it's over 1,000, 2,000 calls traded, 3,000 calls. So again, they don't even believe their own shit anymore, or they don't want to throw it out the window. That's what they're doing. All right, there you go. They come back. You take the small offer, and now there's 8,300. Just think about it. How many times could an investor? There's only 24 million shares at the DTC in the stock. So far, I don't know what the volume is for this week. Yesterday was 3 million. The day before, 1 million. Today, another million. That's 5 million shares in 3 days so far.
Well,
every long is basically 25% of the long sold it.
It sounds like you're getting a lot of pressure to listen to Daniel Borders. He has information you don't have. That Univest is buying in at 56 million. I have no idea what this is. 50.6 million. Anyway, David, Ham has all the information and more that Mr. Borders has. So, but anyway, thank you for that. Which bank do you think is on the hook for this loss?
Jeffries.
Um,
I put the documentation up. That's their prime broker.
Someone's block. Okay, that's something I'll take care of after. More options opened up at 14 and 15. What do you see that's for? Is that just
These guys want people. I think the auction guys want people to sell those calls. Okay, because if they could sell those calls, they would be buyers of them. You know, if you bought the stocks, you could sell those calls, but they're worthless. It's not. It's the whole thing. The position, it's there in case the stock. When the stock starts running, they can actually have a way to somehow try to hedge themselves. That's what they're trying to do. There's no reason to open up these calls to have more strikes. Just so you know, the bash is that the pumpers, we have no way to open up these strikes on the options. We have nothing to do with it. So don't come back with some stupid answer that we're doing it.
The question about the bank was Jeffries on Wall Street. We call those banks investment banks, but she's asking what commercial bank might be affected. I don't know.
I don't know who's if they're borrowing money off of some asset that they have. You know, I couldn't tell you who it is. I don't know.
Yeah, which investment bank is on the hook for GTII? Right now, we think it's Alpine, but we don't know.
Alpine's on the hook, and when Alpine folds, okay, the hook goes to the DTC. I posted yesterday the E-Trade, the short seller that got busted on E-Trade. Hold on a second. Let's see if I can find it. I guess someone can find it. The E-Trade. What's the matter?
You're going to be on with this guy, not legal advice. He says he said in his video last night that Gensler is a DH. I don't think he means designated hitter.
I'll just take a shot at it working on a trading desk. We call that a dickhead. And that comes from, and tell Richard that comes from 35 years on a trading desk. I figured it out my last year as they called me a DH as I get left. I didn't figure it out till I got home.
It was a bonding. You bonded just as you were leaving.
I thought they were complimenting me. Actually, I'm just looking for I'm scrolling through I've only put up a couple of hundred posts a day trying to teach you guys what's going on. But I will retweet the E-Trade. E-Trade covering a retail short. This is what it looks like. And yes, so I type. I don't have fingers. I use my thumbs. I'm sorry. And I have to tell you that I don't know if I have an autocorrect or whatever it is, but it changes a lot of words on me. I'm not that stupid. I put E-Trade covering a retail short. I forgot to put retail short. I guess I'm an idiot. But again, trader loses 106,000. Wants your help. You don't have the money. They buy you in immediately. They protect themselves. Now, I don't know who's allowing this to get bigger than this, but E-Trade buys you in. E-Trade then sends their lawyers after you, and they come after you. That's what happens. There you go. They buy you in, protect themselves first, and then they go after you. All right, so they just printed it at 780. So the stock was just trading at 793. All the bids dropped, and now there's 200 shares, and they just keep trying to move it down. It's the same stupid pattern each day.
Are they trying to cross stock or something?
No, they're just trying to do I call it the Kramer shuffle. Move it down, sell 100 shares. The next trade is going to be 776 for 100 shares, and they drop the bids. Just the same patterns. There you go, 300 at 776. There you go, right on the nose. Offered is 779. So the shares they sell at 776, the guy who buys it there, he sells it at 779 then. And that's how they try to disguise what they're doing. Hey, I just bought it at 776. I'm flipping it for a penny. That's what they do. This is all. I can't even use the words. It's just that, it's just to get you to panic. That's all it is. They're trying to take the momentum out of the stock. They know when it goes to 8 that we got our pitchforks and we're going after them like they're Frankenstein. That's what their problem is.
Why do you think the banking system, the DTCC, allows such massive risk of loss to build up?
Because the system was built so that the trades can move faster. Unfortunately, the DTC has all the workers at the DTC are old Wall Street back office guys. Okay, my younger brother worked there. He called it like a retirement home for all the old Wall Street guys. So they come here, they designed a system with this fault in it, and all the DTC guys that are working there tell their hedge fund buddies, hey, we never settle any trades, just do what you want. You can carry a fail to deliver forever. And that's what they did. And there you go. That's where it started.
You've been quoting pretty high naked short position for Finger. Do you still think it's that high or higher? Where are we now?
Yeah, I've been saying 170 million. Let's play it safe based on this week's. I'm trying not to add it anymore. But, basically, let's add another 2 million, whatever you want to add. It doesn't make a difference anymore. I can tell you this. They're not covering. How's that one? It's 170, and they're not covering. You can add whatever you like. I stopped calling in the favors to get the daily updates every day because, what do I need to? I need my favors for other things, right? So why would I keep doing it? So if we know what it is. I posted the last one. Stop adding it. It's 170. If they start covering, you'll know they'll start covering. The stock will be 20 before you blink. So that's what I'm looking at.
I just blinked.
Yeah, there it goes. If they start covering, it'll be 20. That's how fast it'll go. Just go back and look at some of the stocks that Univest has been behind. Abbott did a great video. He went through all their filings and whatever. He saw all this stuff. And, I was surprised by some of the names also. I mean, just people, and then some people come back and say, well, they went back down. No shit. After a short squeeze, stocks go down. All right? That's why it's dangerous when you buy a stock in a short squeeze. If you're buying Finger Motion right now, never put a market order. If you want to buy it, let's say you want to buy 5,000 shares, you put an $8.10 top. And you buy it, you'll get filled at 782, 83, 84, but you never go in. I told you my friend put an order in one time from Kentucky, and she put a market order in and she paid 10 points higher. Just as she put her order in the short folded, and she paid the top. She got caught in the short squeeze. So use a market. If you want to buy it, don't use a market order. Use an order with a limit. You can put it 30 cents above it. You're not going to pay $8.50 for it. You're going to pay, the most you'll pay is probably, like right now they offered it $7.77, right? And there's 1,000 offered at 7.7. Here it is. It's the short and distort 10 minutes now. But use a limit. So if I wanted to buy 5,000, I buy 5,000 at 8 top, and you get filled lower than that because the stock offered there. But if it starts to run, the most you're going to pay is 8. That's the way you do it. So the stock is 76 to 80, 300 by 200. They'll offer 179 again. It's the same nonsense. Think about, we're watching it all day. Think about those morons in Lynn's office or wherever the hell they're doing this from. They're doing this all day too.
Well, we kind of built a relationship with them. We're watching it all day.
I
What?
suggest that if you made your bet, put an offer out there, go to lunch, don't watch it all day, come back at the end of the day, you give yourself less aggravation watching this go back and forth all day. I'm used to watching it, so it doesn't affect me, but it bothers some people. Oh, it was just 790, now it's 760. Oh my God, this is nothing's happened.
What's going to
Nothing's
make
changed.
the shorts cover?
What's going to make this shorts cover?
Yeah.
Ugh. Well, it could be one of two things. It could be someone in their office throwing them out of a window. Right? It could be their prime broker. It could be their prime broker saying, hey, you need to put up more money. It could be the SEC trying to force settlement. Or it could be the DTC seeing the problem, needing to protect themselves. It could be Jeffries. It could be Jeffries finally realizing they got a big problem. It could be the DOJ arresting these guys for security fraud. Do I need to keep going? There's 100 reasons.
No, I think you got them. Do you think the shorts have enough power to keep this flat here through Friday?
No.
That was no.
Listen, I do believe the stock is moving higher.
I think it's going to move higher this afternoon.
It looks like it wants to explode. From my trading experience, if I'm on a trading desk running a hedge fund, I'm a buyer of this stock. That's the way it looks to me.
It's a question or a point being made several times that if Univest helps Finger raise money, let's pick a number, $50, $75, $100 a share, Finger's going to be in a much better fundamental position, and the stock price should settle in at a much higher price than this.
That's exactly what happens. The company the stock screams, the company raises money at that level and basically put a floor in there. Remember, if the company has, let's say 50 million shares total in the company, it raises money at $200-$300 a share. The company will have cash equivalent, of a couple of bucks a share for each, so it makes the company much stronger and financially.
Exactly. I think that's the point this gentleman wanted to get out there. Someone's asking, what's the difference between a squeeze and a gamma squeeze? It's just, anyway, I'll let you answer.
Well, the gamma squeeze is just throwing gasoline on the fire already. That's all it is. In GameStop, people weren't buying the stock. They were buying calls. The guys who sold the calls the stock. That's what was going on.
Do you think Univest will come around and help GTII?
I don't see any reason why not. And you sit there and say, why would you think that? Well, if they know the GT finger motion people are going to go from here to there, why wouldn't you join the party, right?
Yeah. If you have a little bit of money to invest, is it still worth buying Finger?
I don't believe it's even started yet. Again, I believe that you stay with the one that's in motion, and but people always want to get the cheaper one, and I got it. Instead of buying 50 shares or 500 shares, you can buy 2,000 or 3,000 of the other one. You have to determine that. But again, I like to go with the one that's in motion. If I could buy it at $777 and sell it at $70.77, I can go back and then take that money, that profit, and buy 10,000 GTII. That's how I look at it.
Right. Well, one person's asking, are companies allowed to take advantage of their own squeezes by raising money? And that's what's set up here.
That's what the company just did for you. There you go.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
Yeah.
GameStop, go look. They did not take advantage. They took advantage of it, but it was at a huge discount, and the stock was cratering when they announced they were going to raise money. AMC did the same thing. Bed Bath & Beyond did the same thing. They were too late. They raised money as the stocks were coming down. All right, we got the the 104 sell-off of the 900 shares. Sell it, 100, bing, 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 bing. It's the same. I wish I could say something different. It's the same stupid. There is no other pattern. This is the only pattern they have. It's like they wear the same. They wear the same clothes every day. I wish I could say something different. There's not. This. We're dealing against the child on the other side of this trade. Okay, the SEC, the DOJ need to go in and pull these guys out by their hair. They're criminals, and they need to be pulled out by their hair. We're watching morons just keep trying to sell stock down just to get people to panic. And everybody knows it. The buyers know it. Everybody knows it. The street knows it.
I mean, it's a simplistic analysis, but yesterday there was 3 million in volume. Today it's not even close to that number. I would expect buying in size this afternoon, but I don't know. Listen, I might just be hoping.
Listen, we can never control people with their buying. That's their decisions. They do what they want. But the pattern, you can see, it's been the same pattern every day. And just so you understand, here's another good point. Stop using stop-loss orders. These little attacks down are here fishing to see if there's any stop-loss orders. They want to touch it so that your order gets sold at the market and drives it lower, and you get less for your stock. If you want to sell it, just sell the stupid stock. Stop-loss orders are here, and they use it as manipulation in your own stock to take money from you. That's all they're doing. If you put a stop-loss order at 670, they come down, they trade it, they sell 100 shares at 670, and your order is triggered, and then you get taken out at 655. That's what they do.
Yeah. Yeah.
So please stop using. You can use them in Apple and things like that, or in NVIDIA. I would be, if I was long the stock, I would definitely be careful on those names because they drop those things so fast. You don't know. You gotta be ready to take a loss or to get out. As you can see in finger motion, when they do these quick dips, the buyers come back in and they suck it back up again. So eventually they'll get tired of doing this, and the stock will be 8.50, 9.50, 10. Just keep walking it up.
We're just a trade away. We're just a trade away.
Does anyone else have any other questions?
No, it's all kind of petering out on the interest
all right, so
level.
I'll just give you a recap again. I'll just go
Please.
through a recap again. Busy Brands had a call that he arranged, and it was north of 150,000.
He didn't invite me, but anyway, that's all right.
150,000 people on MMTLP. Charlie Payne is retweeting his MMTLP thing. Okay, again, I know Charlie. I know him for a long time. Again, we'll get his eyes on our subjects, just like they're doing it here. Again, great job by Busy and the MMTLP community. I think the Senate banking is going to expose this whole thing, and I think the stocks are all going to start to rip. All right, I think that short sellers around the board and starting to take down some of their risk and cover some of these stocks that they were overshorted. I don't know them all, but I wouldn't be surprised that you start to see that. All right, the options I told you about, they added the new strikes. We didn't add the strikes; the market makers did. All right, so again, those are crapshoot options. But if the stock goes to 20. The $14 or $15 calls for 10 cents will be worth, $5, $6. That's a big home run swing. So, again, that's what they're about. If you do sell your stock, you can always go out and buy some cheap calls. I know it's got 2.5 days to go, but anything can happen at any given time in these things. All right, I told you, give Avid a shake on his new updated GTI, which I will watch in a little bit. I haven't seen it yet. He does great work. You guys working hard trying to help educate you people on this stuff. I told you about the whales. They're sitting there. Obviously, we're hearing it all over the place that there's big buyers around. To me, the stock looks like big buyers are around. And you can see the shorts here. They're just trying to mark it down. Once it goes green, they're in a panic. Hurry up, mark it down. And they're using every little trick in the book trying to, sell it down. That's all. They're trying to buy more settlement time by washing trades. They're not washing a lot of trades, but they're washing some back and forth to create a sell. That's all they're trying to do. I know I had a couple of more things I wanted to report on.
Well, I was just listening to you. I remember you said, I think last week, that there was a rumor there was a prime broker in trouble on this around $6. I would imagine they're still in trouble at $7.80.
The attacks and the manipulation here on no volume tells you that they're in trouble.
Yeah.
They're just moving 100 shares back and forth, and hopefully no one's bidding, and they try to get it to trade lower. That's all they're doing.
That's not fraud, though, is it? That's not market manipulation.
Oh, God, it's complete manipulation. Just trying their whole existence is here to steal your money. They're not here to bet against you. At least when you bet a football game, the Jets and the Bills, I want the Jets, you want the Bills, and we determine the point spread or the difference. It's all there. You pay out, everything about it. Here, it's just fraud. They do anything. We bet we want to go up. They want to bet it goes down, short it. You can only short a certain amount. Instead, they shorted infinite amount. And on top of it, they manipulate it, trying to drive it lower. And that's what Andrew Left is in trouble with, because the DOJ knows that he's a short and distort, and that's why he's living in fear.
Right.
All those stocks that he's tortured and wrote fake stories about, that his network of people are going to rat him out, because when the DOJ knocks on their door, they're going to say, well, Andrew Left told me to do it.
All right.
Or I paid Andrew Left, or some nonsense, whatever. That's why he's living in fear. All right? He works with a network of people, and they work together. They're like a pack of wolves. That's how the shorts work. Make your bet. They have no balls to short. Stay short a stock that they have no control. They need to control it. That's their game, control. But now they're losing control. And once the Senate banking exposes the whole crime, then these guys have no control. And that means their way of life, trying to earn money, all these little pikey guys are gone. It's just amazing if you look at it. The stock has always got one share to buy, and there's always 600 shares to sell. It's always something like that.
Well, there's really been no volume while we've been on this call.
No, I'm not saying that. There's always one bid. There's always one share to buy, 100 shares to buy, and 600 for sale, 200 for sale. And then they hit the 66 bid, and then the next bid will be 761, and the spread gets wider. Right? That's just the way they do it. Someone took 200 at 768. There's another 200 offered now. Right. So again, it's the same nonsense, the same stuff. Watch Avid's video on GTII. I think Univest is. I think they're the real deal, and I'm not going to promote them, but that's what they do. And again, you know the game. I'm basing everything I know. All right, I'm willing to roll the dice. The Senate banking is going to smoke these guys, and it's coming. All right, so whether Univest runs them over or the Senate banking, someone's getting run over, and it's coming. And the only way to profit from this whole thing is in Finger Motion or GTII, because I don't think many other companies have done as much work in fighting this battle as Finger Motion and GTII. And it's very documented. Are we okay?
Yeah, we're good. I'm listening with rapt attention.
Well, again, if anybody lives in South Carolina, I'll be at the Clemson, Florida State game. I'll be wearing my LSU jersey, and just to pay respects to Doza, the LSU fans. So I'll go to the Clemson game and cheer on Florida State wearing my LSU jersey now that I just purchased for them. And thank you again for putting the license plate on the front of your truck. You're a true gentleman.
So how many people are going to be wearing that T-shirt down there?
Just me.
Well,
So if there's any shareholders there, one already contacted me. They'll be around, so hopefully I can meet them down there again at a setting that I enjoy, and I'll be there cheering on my team. So all good. Any other questions?
no, not really.
Sure. Ask. Last call. It's like a ball.
There was one question about if the Senate committee does what you're saying, will it help AME and GMC?
Oh, I think those stocks are, as we can call it, I hope it helps the people there. You know, again, the CEO in AMC has worked against everyone there. Pete from Philly always puts that up. He's 100% correct. GameStop, I think that, what's his name? Ryan Cohen, who's being looked at by the SEC for his winning trades in Bed Bath & Beyond for squeezing the shorts. I think that whatever plan he had for GameStop is probably moved back a little bit because of the investigation. But I'm sure that guy is going to torture the shorts sometime in that stock.
There's one more question from Tony Al out of, I think, Boston. He says he's got a question for you, but I don't see the question.
Not going to the Boston College game this weekend because of the hurricane. Okay.
What does he think of University of M? I don't know if that's Maryland or Michigan or Maine. Wolverines home for Tom Brady.
What do I think about Michigan this year?
No, U of M is all he says. I don't know what it is. Wolverine home of Tom Brady.
That's Michigan.
Oh, I don't know.
What do I think about it?
Yeah.
I think it's a great school. A good friend of mine's daughter goes to the business school. It's one of the best in the country. But their football program has sucked for so long. Ohio State keeps beating them, and hopefully they can win something this year because my Florida State Seminoles will beat them like a drum, just like they did to LSU. So see you then. And that's Dr. Aziz is he's a Michigan guy. So
would a Seminole beat a Wolverine? I guess they would.
Yeah, that's it. We just take the spear like we did to Dozer. We throw it in Dozer. That was the end of him. that wasn't the ground. We threw the spear in Dozer at the Florida State LSU game.
How'd they get to keep the name Seminole in the Washington Football Club?
Because the Seminole Indians wanted them to use the name. And the Washington Redskins, they actually bowed to pressure, and they kicked the owner out because he's a dirty, because he was flirting with the women or whatever the hell he was doing. They kicked him out of the NFL, but he made a ton of money, so he was happy. I think he paid $800 million for his franchise. He sold it for $5 billion. Good for him.
I went to a school that we had Indians, and now it's Griffins. They got rid of it, and can't even wear a feather anymore.
We didn't make up the names. This is what we were taught. What else can we say? Cowboys and Indians. That's what it was. I didn't make it up.
Yeah.
Next thing we can't call Godzilla anymore. What else? The whole world's gone crazy. But we can call Lynn partners scumbag, naked short sellers, toxic scumbags who try to steal your money. That I'm going to stick with.
Lordy, somebody's asking you about hockey. Rangers.
I went to Ranger games for 8 years straight, every night.
Hockey, football, basketball. It goes on and on and on.
I'm not a basketball fan. The last basketball game, I went to was when John Stark dunked over Michael Jordan. I was at that game. The Bulls back in the day.
Well, here we are at 769, 1.29 million shares. I don't think they traded more than 200,000 since we've been on the call.
It's just the curly shuffle back and forth, back and forth. At the end of the day, all these guys that are shorting it, hopefully they catch lightning in a bottle. Listen, guys short the video all day because they think it's going to drop 30 points in a blowout. And at the end of the day, what happens in the video moves up. They may catch it one day, and then the rest of the days they lose money. Like today, it's up 9. It was up 7 when I first looked at it. Now it's up 9.50. So that tells me that people are trying to short it intraday, and then they turn around and they're panicking because there are no sellers today. The institutions are holding on to NVIDIA today so that they'll start panicking and drive it higher. And that's it. We can, again, watch Avid's video on GTII. I'm going to hang up and do that. Watch Gary Gensler. Listen carefully what the senator says. Counterfeit shares. We want to count on counterfeit shares. And Gary Gensler was shaky, was doing his best job not to answer the question. All right, so he knows about MMTLP. Everyone knows about it now. And it's just that number. What's the magic number that's going to come out of that blue sheet investigation? And I do think that the Senate banking does know about it. And I do think it's going to come out. And I think that when that happens, all these rats are going to run. Because everybody's going to know the system has a fault in it, and they need to cover these trades. And that, my friends, is why we have a life-changing situation in front of you. It only got better from yesterday.
Somebody's asking, I'm not, it might be not legal advice, I can't tell, saying that Tesla is the #1 shorted stock over the last 3 months.
Oh, I'm sure. We reported it to Elon Musk. I gave him the data. We did it all a couple months ago when they were trying to break it below $200. Or was it 100? I forgot. I think it was 200 or 100. I forgot the number. Yeah. We tried. You don't want to pay attention. I told you, if Elon Musk would have given out a special dividend of Twitter or a share of SpaceX to the investors long Tesla, the stock would be 5,000 in a minute. You could go back and look at my Twitter feed. I put it up 7,000 times. Any other names you want me to touch on?
No.
Remember, if the economy's slowing down, all these home stocks and everybody's not buying furniture, all that stuff, refrigerators, everything starts to slow down. People aren't buying houses, they don't buy things. How does Home Depot keep levitating at the high numbers, right? 327 is the high for the day, 347 for the year. Lowe's, the same thing. How many hammers are you going to buy? Right? How many times are you going to buy the same hammer? That's how you short stocks, looking at things like that. Or a device doesn't work or whatever. What we have is manipulation where they just flood the market with counterfeits. If they did it to the U.S. dollar, the U.S. dollar would crash, right? They arrest you for a $20 bill. A big $20 bill, they'll club you and hang you. Selling 170 million shares of a stock that's now $7, it's over $1 billion fraud. And no one does anything about it. If MMTLP, which had a range of 2 to 10, okay, if you just take an average of 7 and it's 500 million shares, it's $3.5 billion, right?
Yeah.
Look at that fraud. How much money they stole there. Now, that's a good thought. MMTLP, they drove the stock down from 10 to, what was the closing price?
Either 298 or 289, something like that.
All right, 298. Let's round
I
it
think
up.
289 actually, or 283.
All right. I think there's something in your contract that you sign with the brokerage firms on something like that. Their closing price is what they're going to try to pay everybody.
Absolutely, that's going to be the next. 289 was the number. Absolutely,
and that's why they drove it down on the close, because I think there's a loophole where they can say, "Hey, the closing price is this. This is what we're going to pay you."
That's going to be their next argument, but it's. I don't think it's going to work.
I don't think it's going to work. It would have worked before if they would have done it already. It would have been over with already. If they would have offered everybody $3, a lot of people would have taken it. They've been gone with it, right?
Right.
But I think now that the Senate banking is all over this thing, they got it at the highest level. Whatever was said at the Senate banking yesterday on the hearing yesterday cannot. What is it, William? Once you see it, it cannot be unseen.
That's what I said one time.
It's right there. It's not going away now. The questions were asked. Now everybody's waiting for the answers. This is what, the third attempt to try to get the SEC to comment on this already? So for those at MMTLP, keep up the pressure. Don't let them squirm away. Keep educating that senator. You know, the stock, it's not even trading. What are they hiding the data for? It's not going to affect anything. There's no trading. What's the number? I can understand the SEC saying, hey, we don't want to give out the number because it could affect the trading of the stock. But the stock isn't trading. It's all locked down. The shorts are trapped. The longs are trapped. Who's who in this game, right? I don't think any longs would have any problem giving up their name and their position. The shorts seem to have a problem. All right, they won't tell us what's going on that side.
Who's zooming
right?
whom?
I think that shortly it's going to come out, and I think the stocks are going to explode. What's today? Wednesday?
Yeah.
Huh. Maybe something happens tomorrow in D.C., right? Who knows what's going down in D.C.? Maybe tomorrow something comes out of D.C. You never know. It's funny how I picked tomorrow, right?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow something may come out of the Senate banking. Let's see what happens. Maybe something good happens tomorrow.
You have one longtime listener who's...
No. Tell him to get lost.
His daughter is going to be playing at Wimbledon one day, and he's going to get you a ticket. And
I would love nothing more. I would cheer her on all day long. Tell her to learn to play with a wooden racket. So when she goes to these new high-powered rackets, she'll hit the ball 700 miles an hour.
Tennis has a pickleball problem.
Tennis has a pickleball problem. Yes, it does. It's very easy to learn. I think it's a stupid game, but it's very easy to play and learn. And, you know, it's a very social thing. Everyone's out there playing with it. The games are 90% mismatched. You're getting a good game there's so many people playing it. When I go to the pickleball courts, you know, there's 100 people playing. And, you know, I'll get in a good game. You know, some days I got in a groove where I got in all the good matches. Some days I'm out there with William as my partner. How's that?
KYP.
I don't want to throw you under the bus, William, but I know you have no backhand, so that's an easy one.
KYP, Brooklyn, tomorrow, 9:30 a.m.
What time?
I made it up. She didn't. She's here, but she didn't tell me the time.
So I'll be there. And just to let the tennis people know, I bought a Prince pickleball paddle. No one has one. I'm the only person who has two of those. This way, you know,
I'm going to get a Yonex. Do they make Yonex?
I don't know if I bought a Prince one.
Or Wilson?
I told them it doesn't stand for Prince. It stands for, as we call it, you know, as I'll call it a prick. That's what I call it. That's what the P stands for on my paddle.
All right. Well,
that's it.
I don't think we can outweight the shorts here. The stock isn't going to go up.
Oh, no, I have not. It's a cloudy day. I'll play ball later this afternoon as the courts dry up. I'll go play for a couple hours, and today's only Wednesday, so I can't enjoy football. But we'll watch a baseball game tonight or something. But again, people, I watch the sports at night before I take my pot gummy. I sit here and I recap and I search for information that can help you out. You know, I found the virtue thing about being sanctioned. They're all criminals. Listen, they're just here to rob your money. They take no risk. They don't take any risk. These guys are complete thugs, all of them.
They've got a poofed. Poofed is probably a bad word. They've got a cotton ball running the SEC, so they don't have anything to worry about.
Well, that's the whole thing. These guys have their, lobbyists go down there, and you got to stop this. You can't do this. You can't do that, and But I think the cat's out of the bag. The senators, the Senate banking, these guys that bull is. If you're on the Senate Banking Committee and try to stop it, you will be exposed as a fraud. That's for Senator Shelby back in 2007. Pat Byrne had to fight with Senator Shelby. Senator Shelby was the head of the Senate Banking from Alabama, and there was a big hearing going on, and he squashed it. He didn't want it. They didn't want to expose the naked short selling back then. It would have been over, and you can Google it, Pat Byrne. You can ask Pat Byrne his fight with Senator Shelby. Go ask him. Ask him on Twitter. Knock yourself out. Ask him what year it was and what damage did that guy cause. That's all you have to do. Ask him those questions. See there, you got me on Senator Shelby now from the Senate Banking. He had the opportunity to squash this thing a long time ago, and he let it continue.
Well, I'm sure Kamala
And
Harris. I'm sure
it's
Kamala
1:30.
Harris will take care of it when she's president.
And William, it's 1:30, and I need a slice of pizza.
Go get a slice of pizza.
No, listen. Anyway, everyone, have a great
Get
day.
a shot of courage, and we'll see you tomorrow or later
I will
today.
be, if something earth-shattering happens, we will be out here. But again, the whales, nothing has changed. I see the same patterns. People on the street are saying it, talking about it. These guys think they can play games trying to push it down. Where are they going? They just trying to demoralize and not have these options get into play. I think the $8 strike, once it breaks it, will lead us to 9. A break of 9 will drag it to 10. And if it breaks 10 with all those calls out there, the Dirty Mayo's going to have a party because his $10 calls could be worth $10 real fast once we start breaking these numbers. All right?
All right, you're the best. Everyone loves you. Everyone says thank you.
I don't care about that. They don't have to love me. KYP, you better get ready. All right, William, let me know if you contact me. I'll be there.
All right, bye. All right, 771. 1,300,000. I can go a little bit longer, but I'm thinking of ending it and then coming on again and maybe trying out a different streaming service like the one that Not Legal Advice uses. I don't know how to use it, but maybe I can experiment with it because it feels like somebody's interfering with this one. In terms of Logic, some people are saying they want to get out. I wouldn't get out of Logic. I made a couple of calls last night, and what's going on with Logic is the board member, Peter Bordes, got 2 funds involved to finance it. To me, it's a lot like hard money in real estate. It's really expensive money, but it's apparently they're not toxic short sellers. They're not toxic sellers, and they've been friends with the guy on the board for 20, 30 years. So there's 2 funds that funded them. The purpose there was a raise for Data Logic side and a raise for the Shell side. The purpose is to close the deal. There were redemptions in the SPAC, and the last comment from the SEC was, how are you going to close the deal? So they had to raise some money. So it's all good in that sense. The person I spoke with thought it was a very good deal for the company. On the SPAC side, the Data Logic side of the transaction, that stock could run. Right now, the SPAC's at about $10 or $11. It could run to $30 or $40. I think it'll pull back. But the point is that side of the transaction is solid. I've used $1.25 value per share of Logic, which is, I guess, trading at 20 cents. To translate that, that could be 250, $3, $4. I wouldn't expect it to stay that high in the short run. It'd probably pull back a bit. But the point is that I think $1.25, $1.50, $2 is eminently achievable. The stock's trading at 20 cents. And so the guys doing the deal on the data logic side are going to have an opportunity to buy in and sell out, and they'll make a nice piece of change for themselves. But they're there to help close the deal, so that's life in the fast lane. And it's not, I don't think it's bad. I think you just got to accept, you got to do the deals when they're available. But I emphasize on the SPAC side, it is not a toxic convertible note. On the Logic side, I was told it's not a toxic convertible note either. I saw the VWAP in there and thought it was, but I'm assured that it's not going to be a situation where there's naked short selling. The other thing that happened with Logic over the last week or so is there was a small fund who had invested in the NEO transaction 2 years ago, and they just had to get out of the stock. Whether it was because they needed the money or it was just cleaning house before, I don't even, whatever, we don't know the reason, but they sold 400,000 shares of Logic all at once. It's over. It's done. They've sold it. It's gone. So, but we saw the price drop. It was one seller. They're gone. They own the stock and they're done. Actually, I'm looking at my notes. They sold most of it, so maybe there's a little bit left. But anyway, once they sell the last of it, it's over with. There should be, on the GoLogic side, a couple of things about GoLogic. There should be a proxy coming out soon on that one. The other thing, which is speculation, I don't know it for sure, but remember Brent Sun introduced Univest to finger motion. GoLogic is right up the alley or right up the sweet spot of Univest. It's a Southeast Asian firm. It's likely that Univest is going to be helping GoLogic. And then the S4 for the approval of the Logic deal with the SPAC should be either this week or next week. I've said that before, but after talking to this gentleman, I understand why it was delayed. The last question the SEC had, like when you go to a real estate settlement, how are you going to pay for the house? They said, how are you going to get this deal done? Where's the money coming from? That's what these two essentially loans are for. Anyway, enough about Logic. I wouldn't sell it. I think in Logic you're going to get an 8 at 20 cents. I think you're going to get 8 to 10% return on that very easily. Very easily. All right. And then ARCA, I don't know if you're still there, ARCA, but my chart work, if you can call it work, I say 825, 850 is the resistance, and then maybe just under $10, but I don't see $10 as resistance at all. So anyway, my question, ARCA, if you're still here, and I don't see why you would be, but I hope you are. If we break through 850, do you think we can go to 75? That's my question. Oh, ARCA is long gone. All right. Well, I guess we won't get that question answered. Asked and answered. I think what I might do is, unless there's a question, I might close it down and then come back on at 3 or 3:30. $10 call is a complete gamble. I think $10 is actually a good. It is a gamble, but I think it's a good gamble. I think that if we get through, my bias is there's going to be a lot of buying in this stock this afternoon, and the stock's going to close over 8 or 825, 850 today. And then I think the stock can get over $10 by the end of the week. But I agree with you, complete gamble. But I think it's a reasonable gamble. I think $10 is a good strike price to use. But it is complete, crapshoot. There are calls available at 23, 25 stock and a strike price of 10. I actually bought some of those this morning, Korean Yun, and I paid, I think 30 or 35 cents. I think I paid 35 cents. So I overpaid as usual. But I think the $10 calls are what I would buy. And you can always sell if the stock rallies. If the stock rallies today toward the end of the close, you can sell the 14s against them. If the stock rallies, you might be able to get your entire purchase price back by selling the 14 or 15s against it. If the stock runs to 20 or 25, you only get the spread between 10 and 14 or 15. But at least you bring in some money if it doesn't go up. I forgot to ask about upstream. We need the truck. Yeah, Gensler's just have I ever participated in a non-fraudulent market? Well, there's always been it's on the edge. I think there's always been some of this manipulation, but where I differ with a lot of people, I think that this outright criminality has gotten massive. It's gotten huge. I'll try not to use that word anymore. It's just gotten ginormous over the last decade, basically since Reg Show went in. Also since the big banks became commercial banks and were bailed out. They destroyed Lehman Brothers and Bear Stearns. Goldman Sachs had access to all insider information at the White House, and so did either I think J.P. Morgan. But they got taxpayer coverage under the FDIC, and they moved all of their trading out. I think since that time, they realized they're too big to fail. The government's always going to bail them out. And I think the fraud has just escalated enormously. There's big pools of money like Ken Griffin's Citadel and Mikey Cohen's slush fund, SAC, that I believe can only get the returns they get by cheating. They can only get it by cheating. And I think this process has been institutionalized now almost, so that it benefits those big hedge funds and big pools of money, because that kind of trading benefits Goldman Sachs prime brokerage, benefits JP Morgan prime brokerage. And everyone looks the other way. They put industry puff pieces in at the SEC chair. And I just think, and then they have lawyers, who don't care about right and wrong. They don't have any moral bone in their body. It's just a matter of winning and seeing how you can use the law to your advantage. And so you have powerful legal firms defending this kind of crap, which boils down to this. It boils as simply as this. As the federal government issues trillions of dollars with a T to bail out the banks in 2008 and rescue the financial system, and then Helicopter Ben continued trillions of dollars, and then whoever it was right now, I can't remember, under Trump, more trillions of dollars, and now Janet Yellowstain, as Gregory Mannarino calls her, more. As the government issues trillions of dollars to help the United States economy, the banksters use it to short. I hate that word. They issue Gensler shares. They don't use a prospectus. They don't use a use of proceeds. They violate the securities laws, and they sell trillions of shares, trillions of dollars worth of shares. And make no mistake, those people in Germany, Savvy down in Florida, they're all trained by the big boys on Wall Street. It's all part of the whole criminal enterprise. So when the trillions of dollars fill up the bathtub, the bathtub sprung a leak. And when you use Keynesian economics, the whole idea is the government is a third of the economy, print money. It goes to the government jobs. It goes into helping mothers with their children. It goes helping with roads. And then the people that are working the stores make money. They pay taxes. They spend money buying cars. The auto dealerships make money. They pay taxes. They buy food at the farmer. They pay taxes. They go buy clothing. Those people pay taxes, make money. And it's called velocity of money. And so the government makes it all back. It only has to roll 2 or 3 times for the government to make all of the money back they printed. It's still a big con game, but that's the theory. Well, when the big banks get involved, trillions of dollars are being printed. Their greed meters go up. The lawyers cover for them. They argue about what the meaning of is. What's the meaning of this regulation? It's in black and white what the regulation is. But the lawyers can get around it. And then Gensler on Capitol Hill yesterday, he says, it's my opinion. It's not the opinion of the commissioners or the judgment of the commissioners. And then he says he'll wait for what the courts tell him to do. He's the bloody the head of the regulatory. Grow some balls. Enforce the laws or leave the chair. Leave it. But anyway, the real problem that's ahead for the United States is that the securities markets they're like an upside down pyramid. They've expanded the assets in your accounts by counterfeit shares. And so, Grandma O'Leary has 1,000 shares of Exxon. Those have been hypothecated and rehypothecated. Sounds pretty good, huh? Wes Christian says his daddy said down in Texas, we call it stealing. But they just sell that 1,000 shares over and over and over and over again. It's all in your accounts. It's all electronic. It's all false. But we say that Gary Gensler has the balls to say in front of Congress, we have the strongest financial system in the world. It is an emperor without clothes. It is a house of cards. And to quote George W. Bush, this sucker is going down. One of the great thinkers in American history, George W. Bush. This sucker is going down. So the problem with what's going on the last decade and a half is the banksters have been taking those trillions of dollars with their buddies offshore and in Canada with the complicity, with the absolute endorsement of Gary Gensler, the help of Gary Gensler. As trillions of dollars go in the U.S. economy and the banking system, the bathtub sprung a leak, and it's all going to Germany. It's all going to Canada. It's going to Panama, and it's all going back into the banksters' accounts without paying taxes. Without paying taxes. Talk about no velocity of money. It's negative velocity of money. At least when you're spending money, let's say on the military, you buy a bomb, there's one tax payment. In this case, there's no tax payments. This is a disaster on a grand scale. It's going to bring down the United States financial markets. It's going to bring down the United States as a world power. And unless you stop voting for people like corrupt people, like Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden, we're going to have more of this. We're going to have more of it. When Goldman Sachs buys Hillary Clinton, buys Joe Biden, the Chinese buy Joe Biden. When Hillary Clinton is bought by Goldman Sachs and Janet Yellen is bought by Goldman Sachs and a bunch of congressmen are bought by Goldman Sachs and the rest of Wall Street, what do you expect? And then you say, don't talk politics. Don't talk politics. We live in a country where you're allowed to talk politics. You're allowed to vote. Change the system. And I'm so proud of those guys from Busy Brands onward that are changing the system from the ground up. And I don't know who our next president's going to be, but it's like here in D.C., I'd vote for any mayor who promised to get rid of the rats, the real rats. I'd vote for anyone running for president that promised to clean up the trillions. And it's not 1 trillion or 2 trillion. It's 20, 30, 40, 50 trillions of dollars of securities fraud that Gary Gensler encourages by his lack of action. MMTLP was not a one-off. MMTLP was not a one-off. It happens in every stock on the over-the-counter markets who need capital. Gary Gensler brags about U.S. markets capital formation. There isn't any capital formation. If you're a CEO on the OTC markets, do not go to Jeffrey Easton and Philip Vallier at the Lind Partners or even Benchmark who recommend you there, because you're going to walk your company off a short pier. You're going to take a long walk on a short pier and it's over for your company. Don't go to Diamond Power Up Lending got in trouble in New York. They moved here to Alexandria, Diamond something. Don't go to the Kramer Brothers. They're still signing up companies. If you're a CEO, I think at this point, you're complicit in the criminality if you sign a toxic convertible note that is payable in tranches, that has VWAPs, has backward-looking pricing. I think you're complicit in the criminality because you have the information. You shouldn't be signing those agreements. And it's thin beer to say, well, we have no choice. Of course you have a choice. Of course you have a choice. I actually have come to the view that that Congress should make it illegal for CEOs to sign toxic convertible notes, which I define as if a pretend fundraising firm is saying we're going to give you $3 million, but they don't give it right up front, that should be illegal. If they are raising money that seems to represent more than 4.9% of the company's capitalization, they don't ever give the name. That under securities laws, that's illegal. They should give the names. If it requires putting shares at a transfer agent and then the money's given in tranches and it looks back for the last 5 days, the lowest 3 days market price, and then a discount of 25% on that, all of those formulas should be illegal. By a stroke of the pen, make it illegal. Congress can do that. But they should make it illegal for the CEO, that the CEOs go to jail if they sign a contract like this. I think the SEC would enforce that law because the SEC is trained to go after CEOs. They're not trained to go after the criminal buddies of Ken Griffin, Stevie Cohen, Goldman Sachs, and the buddies of Gary Gensler and JP Morgan. They're not trained to go after that. But they are trained to go after the CEO. So make it illegal for CEOs to sign toxic convertible notes, and most of this bullshit would stop overnight. Yeah. Sorry to go off. I'm sorry to go off. It's just so frustrating. So frustrating. You're watching a stock with finger motion right now. You're watching finger motion. It's all fraud. It's all fraud. And it's been fraud for the last 3 or 4 months. All of this action in finger motion, all of this action from here down here, all fraud. What did Gary Gensler do about it? Nothing. Because this helps Goldman Sachs. This helps JP Morgan. This helps Jeffries. And those Ponces that sit on Madison Avenue, Jeff Easton and Philip Valier, Sam Chung and Hai Lee Kim and John Hancock, they all benefit from this criminality. But it's all crime. But the thing is, they're just small fry. The big fry are Goldman Sachs and Gary Gensler. Gary Gensler benefits from this. His fortune is tied up in Goldman Sachs. And if you believe that Hillary Clinton was not corrupted by being paid by banks, and if you believe that Gary Gensler wasn't corrupted by Clinton campaign money, I just think you have, I don't know where you go. I'm a lifelong Democrat. And I had to face the truth of it. But if you keep voting because you believe that Trump is a misogynist and Trump is a racist, and therefore you vote for this, you deserve what you get. So we got 1.33 million shares of Finger, and it's at 766.5. It's 158. Maybe at 2 o'clock the buy-ins will start. Maybe the buy-ins will start. Gary Gensler makes Bernie Madoff look like Jesus. Well, maybe. I don't think either one would like that, but don't pump up my blood pressure. Pump up the volume, pump up the volume. I think both parties are in trouble. So my candidates out there boil down to 3. There's 3 people I'd vote for. Donald Trump, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., or Tulsi Gabbard. Those are the only 3 I see out there that have any integrity. If if Matt Getz or Anna Paulina Luna or there's one other I'm forgetting. Oh, Donalds. If one of those three ran for president, I'd vote for them too. But the rest, I just don't see it. You're exactly right. They're all part of this system. They're all part of this generation of Americans who they had to fight in high school and college on a meritocracy, on a merit-based system. But now that they're up there, they're making a little money. They've changed us into a third world country almost, where the elite send their daughters to the same 5 schools. They start work at the same 10 corporations, and they all live on the same 1 or 2 compounds and summer in the Hamptons and travel overseas, properties everywhere. There is no meritocracy anymore. The middle class is getting destroyed. And I don't even want to think about the blue collar and less. And it's not race. Everybody that thinks it's race, or that thinks that there's some sort of patriarchy, or that there's some sort of campaign against women, you're just buying the crap that the marketeers put out there. This is about the banksters and the 0.5% enslaving the rest of us. And what I'd love you to do with one of these trades is be able to be so rich that you can own your home, take care of your family, take care of your friends, and you can tell the current overlords of our government to go screw themselves. Anyway, doesn't help talking about it. It just doesn't help talking about it. Yeah, they want Biden gone, Connie, but I wonder why. And you're going to hate my reason. I think Hillary Clinton's going to run again. Yes, Skinny. Trump and Kennedy Jr. would be great, but they're both white males, and the canard, the falsehood that's out there now is we can't have white straight males. It's time to go elsewhere. Well, I think in that environment, Trump has to pick a woman, or Bobby Kennedy has to pick a woman. I don't like that. I think people should be chosen by their abilities, regardless of color, regardless of race, regardless of gender, not the other way around. I don't think people should be chosen for checking a box, but whatever. Maybe the presidency is just like, electing a dog catcher. It's not a big deal. But we're in a fight for our lives. And if you don't, I know you feel it. If you don't sense that America has really changed over the last 40, 50 years, and I blame it, I'm sorry for the lawyers out there, I blame it on the lawyers. Because we've trained men and women to be lawyers. Our politicians are lawyers. The banksters have lawyers protecting them. And lawyers are taught to win. They're not taught morality. And they go home just fine, thank you, if they represent Jeff Easton or if they represent Kurt Kramer. They're just happy with it. Just make sure that the payment is up front. Make sure the legal bill is paid. And when you have a country run by lawyers, you move the whole country away from morality into what's entered into evidence in various courtrooms and precedent, and you elide morality. You elide the obvious, and you go for the wins and the settlements. It's time to expect more of ourselves. It's time to expect more of our leadership. It's time to sacrifice, work hard, and build the country that we used to have and should have. And I'm not talking about going back to when Ozzy met Harriet or whatever the hell that show was. I never saw it. I'm just talking about the values of America. That's there for everyone. Everyone. Anyway, I'll stop talking about it. 1.34 million shares, 756 to 761. It's so boring. All right, let's see what Connie says. I don't think it's too late on our debt. If you listen to, but Lauren, we have to change how we're spending our money. We have to change what we're doing. But I don't think it's too late. If you listen to Jim Rickards, I think his number is $10,000 an ounce of gold. The gold that we have at Fort Knox, we'd solve our debt problem. The other thing is if we taxed ourselves, but I'm not saying raising taxes now. I actually like the idea of having our economy grow and our tax base grow. But we can handle our debt and even pay it down. No, I really think the problem lies with our banks. It's time to recognize that the banks are the problem. I'm talking Wall Street banks. And I'm a Wall Streeter. And I tell you, I've met the best people on Wall Street. I think I love working and meeting people on Wall Street. But this kind of cheating has to stop. And it's not going to stop as long as lawyers defend it, as long as judges are appointed ahead of their ability to understand things, and as long as the advertising around the world, the country anyway, obfuscates what's going on. And then when banks can pay for presidential elections, pay for candidates, pay for congressional elections, you're going to end up with phonies and self-emasculated regulators like Gary Gensler. It's got to stop. It's got to stop. And I think the only way it stops is when people, and I love what Busy's doing, and Anna, and 100%, and God, all the names on the space calls. All the people, Sada Aman I met on Capitol Hill, people going to the Capitol, some names I'm not allowed to say. It's the only way we can change it. And the answer is, let's not talk politics. The answer is, let's talk politics. Let's treat each other with respect. Let's hear each other out. And let's change this. I can't believe that in Finger, there's another 1.34 million shares, all fraud. All fraud. This shouldn't be happening. And I guess Univest is going to take its sweet time about buying the stock. But hey, when you're a whale or an elephant, you move at your own pace. But and when you're as good a company as Finger Motion and as good a company as Univest, you follow the rules. You make sure you're doing things properly. But when you're these criminals, under Gary Gensler's direction and approval, in my opinion, you watched him on Congress yesterday. He gave them the green light. They just keep selling. They don't. Every single share here, if the SEC is watching, you don't care, of course. I mean, you buy into this BS that shorting is somehow a cleansing operation. If it is, why do they make trillions of dollars without paying taxes? Why do they destroy companies and communities? Why do they destroy jobs for minorities and women and gays? And forget about men and straight men. Why do the shorts take away opportunities? And why do you allow it, SEC? Most of you are women. Why do you allow women's jobs to be destroyed? Many of you are minorities. Why do you allow jobs in the minority communities to be destroyed by white men, straight white men on Wall Street, illegally shorting stock in the tune of trillions of dollars? You're upset at the patriarchy? You're upset at white straight men? Go after the criminals who are selling trillions of dollars of shares that do not exist. Ignore Gary Gensler. It's your job at the SEC to enforce the rules. Make a phone call. Pull Jeff Easton in. Tell him who are your 4 clients that you syndicated finger to. Then call up those clients. Bring the principals in. They'll all be white straight men. You're angry at white straight men? Go after these bastards. Anyway, I think Finger's going to close over $8 today. And I think it's probably going to close over $8 decisively. But I feel like we're waiting on Godot. Have you ever waited on Godot? Well, Spiny, I'm glad you've been a white straight man and it's been a pretty sweet deal. I think what I think everybody's life has difficulty, but I think being an American has been a pretty sweet deal. I think being an American has been a pretty sweet deal. And I'd like being an American to continue to be a sweet deal. And how these elites can set up a system where the American worker, the American middle class, the American upper class, the American poor are fleeced by Wall Street and nobody does anything about it, it pisses me off. Because it can't go on very long. When you have real assets that are expanded by fraud, the real assets are going to be destroyed when the leverage goes against it. And our $100 trillion, $200 trillion, $150 trillion financial markets can be wiped out overnight. So, Spiny, I know I'm being hyperbolic and all that, but I don't want this to delve down, even though I put it in that context for the people watching from the SEC. I don't think the issue before America is to divide us by race or divide us by gender, divide us by religion or non-religion. I don't think that's it. I think the issue before America is how the country's being run, and the biggest single issue out there is money. I don't know any of you, whether it's love or passions that you have that would put money in your life low on your list. This threatens the money of America. This threatens the financial system of America. And it has to stop. And here it is right in front of you, continuing. And it doesn't upset you? All those questions on GTII we get, they set up a way to stop the squeeze a year ago. And no one's upset. You know, no one's really upset. And here the stock's at 758. No volume. You know, no one's upset with what happens to MMAT's technologies, to MULN's, what is it, cars, to Torchlight, which should have been a big energy company. No one's upset what's happened to our oil and gas industry. Of course, when you go to college now, you learn that we're going to be off hydrocarbons in 10 years, which is just insanity. We've got to stop lying to ourselves. We've got to stop lying. 758 to 762. So what else do you want to talk about? Even if I'm so upset. I know. Connie, you're right, Connie. I wanted to see what Connie said. You talked to Sam Beckett on the phone. Yeah, Robin Lionheart, I've heard it's actually half of 1%. Well, Hector, I think there is climate change. Busy Brands might be opening a space call. Dun 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 dun. Deacon Blues, I just talked about the logic financing, and I don't want to get distracted by logic, but the bottom line is I've been assured the bottom line is logic needed to get financing to close the transaction. That's what the SEC. In order for the SEC to give final approval, they had to get financing. So they went out and got the best financing they could based on the recommendation of their board member, Peter Bordes, who knows the two funds for 30 years. And I've been assured that both deals are not toxic financing, and they're not going to hurt the company. And I think logic from 20 cents, you're going to make 10 times your money. But anyway, I want to stick on finger, and I think we have to join this space and see what happens. Let me see what happens. Busy Brands is he's not the boss of me, Busy Brands. He's not the boss of me. But I did go there once, he said, go there now. And I said, Busy Brands isn't the boss of me. But on the other hand, I went there immediately. All right, now we're going to listen to Busy Brands. We're going to listen to Busy Brands. And Junk Savvy is here. Anna is here. Busy Brands is here.
All right, guys, I'm sending some speaker invites. If you could please grab those. I'm still sending out.
Jennifer's here.
Invites. Let me.
Swing is here.
Just give me a second. Let's try to get Don Fizz in here, Jen, and blah blah. Let's get it started. Give me a second.
We're going to get the party. Sway's there. Optimuse. I'm having a hard time with my eyesight. I've got to go to the doctor. U3 Halt is there. Wally. TJ. Arvid, whoever Arvid is.
Okay, Anna. Go ahead.
Sorry, busy. I was looking at something real quick. Okay, guys. Yeah, I just put up in the nest.
This is
yesterday. We got some responses coming out of the from the Fabulous 15. Regarding their meeting and how unhappy they were with Gary Gensler or the SEC's responses to their questions, or therefore lack of response. Right. So this is from one of the staffers. I did kind of cut portions of it out because. But it's to state that tomorrow it's actually going to be the full. They're meeting with the full House Financial Service Committee to determine the next steps.
I agree,
right? So
Lauren.
at this point, if you guys look up in the nest, I put a tweet out regarding it. And at this point, they feel it's most helpful to have a coordinated response from the FINRA SEC. That FINRA SEC listens to the request from the committee much more than an individual member. So they have a meeting on Thursday, which is tomorrow, with the committee to discuss the next steps, and we'll raise every suggestion made below, which I cut that out, but and that was regarding the 105 broker dealers to seek the numbers from them, but also to please, guys, this is why I wanted Busy to open the space today, is to understand the importance of the time frame and the crunch that we're in. If you haven't reached out yet with your congressional offices and sent them, the letters that have come out of Congress, the 15 from the different Senator's office. So we just want to make sure that we are sending that to our congressional offices, but also the huge gift that Senator Crapo gave us yesterday in that hearing. And if you guys can cut and paste that link and send it forward and say, now we know that tomorrow the House Financial Service Committee will be meeting on this, and we want you to put forth a letter to Patrick McHenry's office asking that he subpoena for the aggregate audited share count, the audited aggregate share count, and the blue sheets. I did this morning. It took me 10 minutes. I followed up with a phone call to my congressman's office, and they're on it. And I also sent it to my senator's office, and I stated that this is what we're getting from other
$100. I didn't understand TA. But if that's your
limit
limit order to sell, I think that's great.
I just wanted to just kind of, because of the time frame and the importance, this isn't going to be a long call, or I'm not going to be on here long, because I want to continue following up with more congressional offices and finding out, can we get this letter over to Patrick McHenry?
This is on a
I asked
trace.
that mine be put on letterhead and be public, so that it just shows publicly that there's more support for our community. And I just want everyone to appreciate the time and the momentum that we have picked up here, and just the importance of the moment, and not to waste the moment, right? We want to continue to put that pressure on Congress, because we're kind of at a volcano right now. I think it's all about to explode, but we just want to take full advantage of the time that we're in right now. So thanks, Busy. And if everyone can go up in the nest and tweet and retweet that, it's also a call to action at the bottom.
My brother checks out our family roots.
And, asking for Patrick McHenry to subpoena for this. And I also, with my Senate, I asked that they reach out to the chairman of the Senate Banking Committee.
I don't know it that well.
They use their subpoena powers as well.
Yeah, this is huge. Anna, do you think that video had an impact of that meeting tomorrow, the whole entire, Financial Services Committee, in regards to MMTLP?
I have to go back over the email and what time it came in. I'm not sure if that came in the morning, or let me actually check on that, and I'll let you know.
Yeah, no problem. See, Don, I sent you a speaker invite. Savvy already sent you one. Hey, Frank, nice for you to stop by. Yeah, guys, this is huge. What would they be meeting, regarding MMTLP, when in 2 weeks they're going to actually be asking questions to Mr. Gary Gensler? This is getting really interesting, and I believe that the video, yesterday, the clip that we put out with the media, like Unusual Wales, Frank Ness, and Charles Payne, and the many other community members who actually shared that 5-minute grilling in regards of MMTLP with Gary Gensler and Senator Crapo. That has a huge impact, and I believe that now is time for the other Congress and senators to start stepping up, because it is bringing a lot of media attention. So, good job, MMTLP community. So, I don't know what's going to come about this meeting. I wish I could be the fly on the wall listening in, but it's really interesting.
Well, I think it's really cool to look at, this felt very bullish to me in this statement where it says,
Bill,
our goal is your goal, get answers and solutions.
They might have filled your order.
They're not just looking to get the answers to the questions. They want to find out what the solutions are going to be to, get us out of this mess that they've created. So I think that, it just feels to me that Congress is on it, but it's, it's so helpful when they're hearing from more congressional offices to those different committees, not offices that sit on the committees, because what the goal is to get all of our congressional offices to be reaching out to these committees to, make sure that they're looking into subpoena the blue sheets and the aggregate audit, the share count. So please make the calls, guys. This has just been a tremendous effort from everyone in this community. And I know it's been 9 months, but it feels like we are at the breaking point, right? Like where it's finally all of our hard work and struggles have finally come to a catalyst where it's all just kind of coming to a boiling point.
I wonder if we can listen
really
live
not the time
tomorrow.
to let our foot off the gas, and that's why I'm just pleading with everyone to pick up the phone, send the emails, forward those links to the letters and the links to, Senator Crapo. We have the link where the former SEC employee is saying how easy it is to get the share count. The blue sheet data. So it's just, there's, I don't know how many people are on this call right now, 371. Just imagine if they're
I want
all
to be on the
getting
call
those
with
from us today.
150,000.
With the follow-up calls, guys, can you get this over to them, because it's and just let them know we're aware that this meeting's happening tomorrow, and we want you to send a letter on our behalf or an email. So please just take the actions. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Go ahead, Savvy.
Yeah, also Frank is up here too, so I want to make sure that we get Frank in. But so Anna, you let us know before that once
This is Junk Savvy.
the staffers had that meeting with SEC, that they would go
voice
back
for
and brief their
radio and
reps,
TV.
and that they would decide to come together and decide what to do. So is this the significance of that meeting, or do you think that this is even more significant? It says the entire financial committee. Is this a minority as well as the majority members? Do you know for certain?
Actually, I'm not certain on that, but I think it is the full Financial Service Committee.
Okay, then I think
$7.60.
yeah, that to me seems like a bigger deal
$7.59,
than simply, the
$7.62,
getting
together.
1.36 million.
Because I cut and I didn't want to put the whole thing, and I have other things from other offices that I can look at as well from some other feedback by different offices. But trying to put the whole picture together. But
It could be
seems like
$9
it's
this
there speaking
afternoon.
from, more of a coordinated effort from the full House Financial Service Committee is what it seems like to me.
Yeah, and that would be incredibly
Down
significant.
3%,
So,
you're right.
Very exciting. I just want to say I did work with Anna a little bit earlier, and I put together all of the letters into a PDF, sized them right, cropped them right, all that kind of stuff, so that they'd look as best as they could. And then I also put in the links to not only the SEC official who was saying that getting the blue sheets is easy and quick, but also, of course, Senator Crapo's incredible questioning yesterday. So if anyone would like me to forward that email to you so that you can forward it to your reps, please just reach out to my DMs. I'm happy to forward that email to you. I wish I could think of a better way to put it out, but I'm happy to forward that to you. So that way it's all right there, concise. You can add your own message, but they get an example of all the letters. So also, I'm not certain I got all the letters. And so I wanted to make sure I've got Fulcher's, Posey's, let's see, Van Hollen, Warner's, Mark Warner's, of course, the Fearless 15.
763.
And Miss Torres. So if there are any other letters in addition to that, emails or letters, please forward them to me so I can also add them to that PDF file.
I think that's a great
we
trade,
certainly don't want to leave
Thomas Dubois.
anybody out. So, yeah, I'm happy to send you guys to those. If you will DM me your email, I will forward those to you.
9 months pregnancy, ready to give birth.
Hey, Frank.
What's
This
up,
is
everybody?
Frank
How's
Bass,
everyone doing?
I think.
I think we're doing pretty darn good, except Busy's trying to break the platform. A second day of breaking news here. Over 1 million plus impressions on our breaking news yesterday, and here comes another day. So I think it's a concerted effort to break.
28 closed today. I
X,
like
the
that
artist formerly
idea.
known as Twitter.
Yeah, no, I think it's incredible. I'm just kind of at a loss for words right now, to be honest. I think after spending the entire year reporting this stuff, it's just kind of wild to see how big it's blown up, to be honest. And I just want to say that the community has done an incredible job at putting this information out there and really working together for this common goal, right, to raise awareness. And I'm just happy to be part of it.
That's well said.
Thank you, Frank, for always being here when we call on you to help out writing those articles and spreading the information regarding MMTLP. I see that William, you there?
I'm here.
How you doing, sir? Nice to see you.
How are you?
Your thoughts? I mean, this is I believe this is huge. Again, they're scheduling a hearing on the 27th, right? Is it the 27th, correct, Savvy?
Yeah, it's the 27th is the House Financial Services, again, with Gary Gensler in the hot seat.
And now they're meeting tomorrow regarding MMTLP. So this is getting interesting. What are your thoughts? I mean, are we finally making an impact and putting pressure on them to do something, especially when this Senator Crapo from Idaho, he actually spent his whole entire 5 minutes asking Gary Gensler in regards to MMTLP. You think that has something to do with this meeting, or is there pressure building? Your thoughts, sir?
Well, I feel like Lincoln at Gettysburg. I mean, what I say here right now is just so little compared to the blood shed on the battlefield by all of you guys listening for the last 9 months and the 7 billion impressions on Congress. But I can't add much to the hallowed ground. But I will say 3 things that I noticed yesterday. Gary Gensler is a liar, and he's a dissembler, and he is very good at what he does. He has self-emasculated the job of being in charge of regulating the United States securities markets. He started off by saying, hey, it's just my opinion. And then he said that, we'll do what the courts do, tell us to do. That's not his job. His job is to enforce the law. And I'm not sure getting rid of him fixes anything. My opinion is this guy, Gerbir Grewal, might be a good replacement. The second thing is, I think the momentum here, is it Malcolm Gladwell, that book, Tipping Point? I think we're at a tipping point. And I think the sheer momentum, all of a sudden, you feel like nothing's going to change, and then all of a sudden it does. Life moves in quantum leaps, and this might be it. And yes, I do think this is my third point is I think this is major, and it could cause the financial system to realize they have to come to a settlement with everybody on this phone. But you asked me a more detailed question on something, and I'm forgetting what it was. But I think it's terrific today.
You did good. I mean, we heard the words, right? Counterfeit shares. Naked shorting.
Senator Crapo was fantastic. Fantastic. I wish he had said, Chairman Gensler, do you think it's the job of the United States financial system to settle the trades? Should trades be settled? But he did a great job, Crapo. I watched it. It was amazing. And I don't know who was watching Gensler, but to me, he was like a lying little kid. He's like, anyway, I'm biased.
Let's go to some speakers here that don't have their hands raised. But Tara, did you have something to add? Please go ahead. Tara Jones. And also, there's plenty of mics opened up, so if you want to please take a mic, please do so.
Hey, I just wanted to say real quick while I'm driving to work, I have obviously with everybody else struggled, and this has been depressing and hard, especially when some of us maybe foolishly put everything we had into, one thing, and that was me. I liquidated everything for this play and prepared because I have 2 special needs kids, and I was like, this is going to make it where they're set and I don't have to worry. But I have been making peace with how hard everybody has been working so that if we don't have anything positive happen, I just want everybody to know that all of your hard work and everybody coming together and doing something for each other, and not just for everybody's own selfish ways, but everybody putting in time and energy. And I'm a nobody, but I just wanted to tell y'all all thank you, because
you're not a nobody.
It's just a wonderful feeling to know that at least if something doesn't happen positively,
they're walking it down, David, but look at the volume.
You did the best you could.
It's only 1.38 million.
It wasn't nothing that nobody did. It was done to you, And I just want to say thank you all for everything. Everybody, every phone call, every text, every tweet, every email. I don't care if you sent just one. Thank you to all of you for everything that y'all have been doing to make this, feel like
this
it
is
wasn't
Tora.
worth nothing,
Tora Jones, I think.
And that's all.
Tora.
I hope y'all have a great day.
And God bless her. God bless her.
God bless her.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you, Tara. And no one in this community is a nobody. We're all warriors here. We've all been
Anna's
through
the
battle.
best.
And, Busy and I talk about it, how amazing it is
Anna's
when
the
we work
best.
together, what we can accomplish. And
Nobody's a
and
nobody.
truly, what we've accomplished here is it's historical. Getting a congressman to equate and say yesterday counterfeit shares and naked short selling, I was in tears. I literally just couldn't believe it. And it just felt like all this hard work and effort we have put forth it's finally, our voices are being heard. And truly, it's miraculous what we've accomplished here. And the amount of work and hours and dedication from so many, and just everyone in this community, it's just unbelievable. So, no, we're all here together.
They are
we're
bear
all
trapping.
Like one
This is a
mighty little
rope-a-dope.
army. What we have accomplished has just been, it's historical, and I just thank you everyone. I did want to just kind of read back over what the full message was from that office. If you guys have just a second, I know there's some hands, and I just wanted to put it forth. So it was, the briefing was very unhelpful, but it was made clear. And we made it clear to the SEC that we were very unhappy with the briefing, and we are working with the Financial Service Committee to determine the next steps. At this moment, it feels most helpful to have a coordinated response. Then our SEC listens to the request from the committee much more than they do individual members. They have a meeting on Thursday with the committee to discuss the next steps, and will raise the suggestions that were made below. The request to the 105 brokers is certainly not off the table, but we just want to make sure it isn't counterproductive with what the committee is planning to do next. So does that make sense? Our goal is your goals, get the answers and solutions. So, for me, it is the whole committee is meeting on this. That's what's being stated here. And that request for the 105 broker-dealers that we were putting forth, a few months ago is not off the table, but but more importantly, it's to get them to subpoena now for the share count. Gary Gensler yesterday was definitely not being forthcoming in his answers to Congress. So we just want to get our justice and to continue to seek that through our congressional rep. So please, guys, it's 2:40 today. If you have not had a chance to call your office to send those emails, please don't let this day go by. We don't have a time for that meeting tomorrow, so we need to
Scott
get these letters and calls out today before close of business. And I think they
I
end
hear
up
good
leaving
things
around
about
5,
Scott. I went
sometimes
into
6
his
o'clock,
office.
But please take the time to do that, today. Thanks.
Okay, I want you to read that again. So let's go to Money Mike, and then we'll go to 100 and back to Savvy.
Hey, all I want to say is, in light of
Money Mike.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Busy. Mike is talking.
Izzy, can you hear him?
I cannot. I'm gonna drop and I'll come back. But continue, Money Mike.
All right. So, in light of what happened yesterday and with the breaking news today, it would be fantastic if there were a whistleblower out there that was apprehensive about coming forward. Because if they did with any information, it would just, to me, blow this thing wide open. That's all I gotta say.
Okay, I'm back. So I didn't get to hear what he said, but if you were done, sir, I'm gonna move on to 100.
Hey, Busy. He's calling, saying it would be fantastic if a whistleblower would come forward if they were on the fence. Hopefully this is enough. And, I was just thinking about James O'Keefe. He's really good at finding those whistleblowers. So Busy, and I know you guys have been in contact with his team.
1.4 million.
Now might be a really good time to reinvigorate that connection.
$7.49, down 34 cents.
Yeah, I'm elated. I just found out, based on the title of the space call and Anna's tweet, this is absolutely amazing. I can't wait for tomorrow. My only question that I have is, when did you receive notice? Like, what time of the day?
Yeah, so Busy was asking that. It came yesterday around 5 o'clock on that email, so it could have been in regards to the Senate committee hearing yesterday.
Okay. Well, either way, it's a beautiful thing. I'm so happy.
It certainly is. We've got a lot of great momentum going, guys. And yeah, if there's any whistleblowers on here, now is the day to, just blow the whistle.
Wow, Ted.
Toot, toot.
Yeah, this
250.
Is exciting.
It is.
I'm telling
I have
you,
a lot,
I
but
believe
not that much.
By Senator Crapo spending his whole 5 minutes talking about MTLP, that just lit the fuse to the fire. So let's go, guys. So let's go to Savvy, and then we'll go to How You Love That, and we'll go to Jeff. Go ahead, Savvy.
Okay, guys. So all of you that have requested so far, I did send you that email. What is included is the 2 videos, the one of the SEC official on Sunday saying that getting the blue sheets is fairly easy, uncomplicated.
Support
and then
at
also
7:30.
the video of Senator Crapo and his amazing grill. I did it again. Sorry, guys. Ooh, I'm trying, guys. I'm trying. Crapo, his clip from yesterday as well. In the PDF are all of the documents, all of the letters that we've received from the senators and representatives, including, of course, the Fearless 15. So, Senator Crapo's office, if you are listening, I sincerely apologize, sir. So, but yeah, if you guys want that, send me your email and I'll be happy to send it out to you. And then you can write your own letter to your rep and add that info.
Yeah.
Mental trick. Think of crepe. Have a dessert.
Danny, I was sitting here looking at somebody sending me a message, and I'm so sorry, guys. I'm tired. I apologize. Please forgive me.
So, I was trying to get Don in here, but, of course, Don, he's on a Zoom call right now. He's on a Zoom meeting, so I wish he could have had time to be up here. Maybe when he gets off, he could join us. But, again, a lot of the people that are working hard, connecting with the Congress and the senators, this is the time. Come up here, because all your hard work is working. All the pressure.
I think it goes green today by the end of the day.
Good job. Let's go to How You Love That.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Gary Gensler tried to tell him to called the ombudsman. That wasn't a good one. But we need to really pinpoint some questions and
This is
just go straight for the share count. You know, and that sold.
this
but not
is
yet
how are you?
purchased.
How you?
That's what we need to know. How long before it constitutes a no sale?
Thank you. How you love that? Let's go to Jeff.
Hey, what's up, guys? I just hopped on, so I really don't know what's been talked about except for this meeting for tomorrow. So yesterday, I saw a bunch of different posts, not on Twitter, but on other alleys, and about a meeting for in the next day or two. And I tried getting Glass Guy's space yesterday, and I couldn't because of a glitch. So then I opened up a space, and I was asking these questions because I heard about this meeting that was happening in the next day or two, which I'm guessing is this meeting. I kept saying House meeting, which is 2 weeks from now, but I saw multiple pieces of information about a meeting with financial committees.
744. 1.41 million shares.
Was this just put out as a herd?
Down
as I was
39
last night?
cents.
But I was trying to get information yesterday about this meeting that apparently is tomorrow.
Anna got the word yesterday. This is why Thursday was mentioned. But I'll let Anna speak. Go ahead, Anna.
Yeah, I got the word yesterday on this, and I sat on it because I was kind of on the fence. Do we let it out and let the hedge funds go in there and say, you know, you guys need to make this go away? And then I reached out to Busy, and I said, you know, it just seems like, and I've gotten it from more than one office, so I don't know at what time they decided to do this meeting, if it was in response to the Senate Banking Committee yesterday, but I decided that I think it's more important that our call to action, I know we've been putting the heat on and saying, like, let's get on to, you know, McHenry, but we were thinking we had until the 27th, and now that we know that the date is tomorrow, I think it's just really
Friday
important.
could be
that
big
many
on
of us
Finger.
up here now. I think there's over 600
It'd
people
be
listening
classic.
that,
Last
you know,
minute
please
for the
just
calls.
take that minute to call your congressional office, to send the emails with Senator Crefo and the letters that have been sent forth from Congress so far, and say, can you please send this to Patrick McHenry's office, asking a letter on my behalf that you asked, you know, for him to subpoena for the aggregate audited share count and the blue sheets. You know, we have now going on almost a year, you know, and it's just, it's time that we get that information. But what I felt most excited about from that email from Congress was that, you know, they want the same thing that we want. They want the answers and they want the solutions. So right now, we just need to get the answers, and then when we get that, we can put forth our solutions. You know, I've never said that I'm opposed to the 2 days of trading. I said that I have had some reservations as to us not, you know, being defrauded in any way again, and that there would have to be major parameters around that so that we know that we are getting a free and fair market. But at this point, it is really to get the share count, the blue sheets. We need the data. Once we have the proof, we can then, you know, ask Congress to help us get the solution, you know, our resolution on this. So please, guys, it's 2 hours left in the day before they close their offices. If you haven't made those calls and sent those emails, now is the time. Thanks.
We got Don out here. Go ahead, Don.
I appreciate it. And again, I wasn't questioning you, so I just want to make sure.
Oh no, I didn't take it as you were. Okay, that wasn't how I read that at all, Jeff. Thank you.
I appreciate it, Anna. Thank you.
And thank you for your sweet DMs yesterday. I appreciate that.
Hey, no problem. You have a good day. I'm gonna drop back a listener.
All right, thanks.
Want to make sure, Don, you're good to go. You're off for the Zoom meeting. Anything you want to share? What are your thoughts in regards of the Financial Services Committee meeting tomorrow?
Well, I was listening in the background, and I'm actually ecstatic. I've been up since 3 o'clock this morning, Eastern Time, sending emails all day and phone calls with the video and everything.
Wow.
And I've contacted a lot of offices.
That's Don Fizz.
Meetings with a couple of senators. So I've been busy all day, but this is like, you know, the icing on the cake. This is great news.
Yeah, I'm going to have Anna go ahead and read that email because 100, can you pay attention to what she's saying? Because it almost feels like they're going to be asking And really, please, Anna, can you read that email again?
Sure, just let me pull it back up, Busy. Hold on 1 second, please.
Just want to make sure that I heard that right. They're requesting something.
Okay. Yes, the briefing was very unhelpful, and we made it clear to the SEC that we were unhappy with the briefing. We are working with the Financial Service Committee to determine the next steps. At this point, we feel it's most helpful to have a coordinated response. FINRA/the SEC listens to requests from the committee much more than an individual member. But this is from one of the top, like the 15. So, and I have a meeting on Thursday with the committee to discuss the next steps, and we'll raise suggestions you've made below. The request of the 105 brokers is certainly not off the table, but I want to make sure this isn't counterproductive to what the committee is planning to do next. Does that make sense? Our goal is your goal, to get answers and solutions.
So it sounds like an internal meeting with the committee only. That's what it sounds like. Yeah.
I think so. Yeah, it's an internal meeting with the Financial Service Committee. So they're working with the full committee now. But that's why, that means Patrick McHenry should be sitting, or at least his staffer will be in on this meeting. Because it's generally at the staffer level, like the staffers that have been handling this. So, guys, just reach out to your offices and get them to send the letters over to McHenry, asking that he will subpoena for this.
Well, sounds like I got a lot of work ahead of me tonight.
Don, you're
Amazing. Don Fizz, that's amazing.
Don, thank you so much, Don.
Any updates, Don, on your side that you want to share with the community?
Yeah, I got a couple of senators lined up for Zoom meetings. One's with Alaska and a few others. And I have a bunch of congressmen going to fall within the next couple of days. So, yeah, everything's going well. I mean, everything on my side is perfect.
Awesome. Thank you for your hard work.
Yeah, and I wanted to put a shout out. I know that Mushroom, because when I put the state groups together,
Let's see
I know
what
that
the
there was a
stock's
couple
doing.
people from Alaska, and she's checking on that. But if anyone's listening on here, if you can DM myself or Dawn,
738.
a constituent in Alaska,
Down
that's
44.
what we're needing for this meeting coming up.
I actually found one. I got one.
Oh, great. Perfect.
Down 42.
Don is a true
744.
Don is a true fisherman. He's fishing for constituents.
There you go. And I have a Teams meeting on Friday as well, and working on
745
getting, another one with a couple
basically.
of senators as well. So, guys, this is how it works. And if anyone is, at that point where you have meetings and you need backup, I have, I think, a few people coming on that call with me, and then you could reach out to myself or Dawn, and we can help you
252.
get those.
Maybe 3 o'clock
the
is
meetings
important.
online and support you on those as well. So thank you. Thanks, Don, for everything you've done.
Don,
Hey,
that's
Don, I have a
amazing,
question for
Don.
you. What was different today? Did your strategy change because now you have that 5-minute clip of Senator Crapo at your disposal?
744.95.
Don?
Don, can you hear Busy?
Don is
Yeah, I was answering JR. He was being a wise ass to me. I'm sorry. What'd you say? What was the question?
So what did anything change today in your strategy now that you have that 5-minute clip of Senator Crapo, grilling Gary Gensler in regards to the MMTLP? Did you use that at your disposal today?
Yeah, I actually put it at the top of my letter in big capital letters and asterisks all over the place. And you had to see it. And I made sure that was the first thing they looked at. And then the responses started to come in pretty much immediately afterwards, which was good. Definitely stressed it, definitely used it to my advantage. In the phone calls I made, I said, I need your email. Whoever I was talking to, I need you to get this video to the person that's handling and finance or trades. And
745.
it worked really great for me today. Today was a great day for me. It was very easy. There was no hurdles I had to get over to get to the next person. Everything just seemed, it was like dominoes. They just completely fell straight in line. So today was probably the best and easiest day of all the days that I've been doing this.
That was my
741.
That was my feeling. Thank you, Don.
740.
One word, love. Yeah, you have the mic. Go ahead.
Hello, Busy. Hello, William, Anna, Frank, Junk, and Don, and the rest of you guys. This is formerly Miss Deborah. And
Oh, Miss Gabrielle, this is one world.
I'm so happy. This is just such great news. Busy. Yesterday when you were having your space, it was the latter part of it, and I fell asleep listening to you. And I wanted to share this dream that I had, if you don't mind. Do you mind?
No, go ahead. 7:39.
Like, I was
There's no volume.
I was at home, and I had a knock on the door, and 4 people came to the door, prominent community members, and to tell me that it was over and to thank me for what I did, and for what you guys, it was like, I thought to myself in my dream,
7:40.
I couldn't have done it without you guys. I couldn't have done it without your motivation, your encouragement to move forward and do the things that I was able to help out with, because I just couldn't have. And so I woke up in my dream. I was crying because I was like, I was speechless, and I woke up crying and thought
I don't think Finger's going to go down, but
so I just wanted to come on and thank all you people for doing all that you do.
I'm surprised it's still down right now.
If it weren't for you guys, I couldn't imagine that this would be even possible. You guys are simply amazing, and because you did what you did encouraged me to help out too. Because, like, how could I not?
I think at 3 o'clock we might see some buying, but
so much.
I might be just
When you say
dreaming.
you guys, you mean the whole entire community. I'm a big
entire community. Absolutely.
I just hope they get across that it's every stock and it's
I
settlement.
just want to keep the flow going. Guys, don't be shy. Again, yesterday was a huge moment in our fight, and I believe today is a huge moment also. Having financial
Hector, it's not really being shorted right now. The volume hasn't changed. I think it's the 4 people that Lynn Partners sold the deal to working with each other.
Everybody in the community that has been working extremely hard.
I don't know.
The Dons, the Matt Notoriety, the Drews, the Double A's, the Jarrells, the Annas, the Junk Savvies, holy shit, the Paul T's. This community is just relentless, and it's just keep it going, guys. This is what it's all about. It's a teamwork effort, and it's just so amazing to see. So I'm gracious enough that we just have come all together, and we've been fighting all these 9 months.
7:38.
We're just making progress. This is the second day of huge news.
Oh, wow.
Let's go to Paul T, and then we'll go to Bishop.
Hey, Busy. I hope you're doing well today. This is, again, another great victory for us. I sort of anticipated that they might meet before the scheduled meeting in 2 weeks. I figured at this point, like, you know what, after watching yesterday's testimony, like, we're not going to get any cooperation out of this guy. So, you know what? Let's meet tomorrow and figure out what our next steps are. That's what sort of I was hoping would happen. And if they come to a consensus of what they're going to do, possibly a subpoena, for the share count or something else, my guess is they're going to cancel the meeting they have in 2 weeks. They're not going to need it. There's no reason for it. So that's what I'm guessing. I think in the next couple of weeks we're going to see a subpoena for something, or maybe sooner. Maybe we'll see it in a week. It shouldn't take long once they meet. So we'll have to wait and see what happens. But again, this week has been fantastic for the NMTLP community, and that's attributed to all the work that everyone here has done. It is finally paying off big time now. I mean, we're going towards now going after the SEC now. Congress will be going after them. I mean, this is fantastic. It's not just words. They're going to finally take an action here instead of just meeting. That doesn't really do very much. We know the SEC doesn't cooperate. We've known that in the past. Back in April, they didn't cooperate. Now, yesterday with the Senate, they didn't cooperate. They're going to have another meeting in 2 weeks. You think anything's going to change in 2 weeks? No. They're going to do the same crap that they've always been doing. So, I'm glad that the Congress finally realized, like, you know what? If we meet with him in 2 weeks, he's going to give us the same old baloney. Why bother? Why waste our time?
No volume change.
I'm glad they finally came to their senses and figured that out. So now we got to just wait and see what they come up with. Thank you.
Yeah, Paul, and I want to chime in because yesterday, conversating with Jen on Monday, she kind of did have a feeling that they were going to ask questions in regards to MMTLP. out of Idaho, right? So kudos to her.
There's some volume.
But finally, yesterday, it did happen.
Now
and,
that looks like
really
50,000, 10,000 shares.
But now I have a feeling that come the 27th, I think there's going to be more than one asking in regards to MMTLP, especially with this meeting taking place tomorrow. I think we're over the target, Paul, and I think that we're making enough noise that they're definitely going to want us to go away pretty soon because, again, I've said it. They have so many things on their agenda they have to worry about, and they just want to resolve this and make us go away at some point. Let's go to Bishop and then Savvy.
Just one second. I'm sorry. Let me just butt in really quick. The video of yesterday, of
7:44.
That video
3
did
o'clock
go to those 99 contacts for the media outlets that I have, so they did get it. I'm hoping now with that, the media might do something about it. And I want a special thanks to Mark. I know he's
But
in
the
here
volume's
listening.
picking
Mark,
up.
thank you for providing that YouTube clip. It was a
Volume's
very high
picking
quality
up.
clip, and it was perfect for my use today. So thank you again, Mark. That's all I got. Thank you.
7:42, 7:45.
All right, so let's go to Bishop and then Savvy.
Yeah, so I apologize. I've been in back-to-back meetings all morning. What can we get a recap of what's going on and what happened?
Oh boy.
Well, thanks
Savvy,
for that.
Perfect timing.
Hey, Bishop.
Bishop.
So Anna, of course, who has worked these incredible contacts in Congress for months and months and months, has found out tomorrow the entire House Financial Services Committee, not just the Fearless 15, but the entire House is going to be meeting specifically regarding MMTLP. Sounds like to me this is a strategy meeting. I will say the hearing on the 27th was not dedicated specifically to MMTLP, very much like what the Senate just did. This is a hearing where they're going to talk about a lot of issues. But Paul may be right. They may decide not to talk about it and just issue a subpoena. They may also have, as Busy says, have more than one person talk about it in that hearing. But definitely now that it is escalated to the larger committee as a whole and out of the task force, guys, they are following their investigative process. This is what happens. It started with an informal inquiry. Then there was a task force established. Now it's a formal inquiry. That was the letter of the 15, the Fearless 15. Now they're going to potentially move into the whole committee that could potentially lead to a subpoena. So definitely Kinsler as well as FINRA have proven that they are not going to answer their questions. I don't think they got a single consistent answer yesterday with Senator Crapo. But I think that, like others have said, we now have incredible amounts of ammunition to move our cause forward. So it's like I think Dawn described it on Sunday. You're at a party in someone's backyard and it just takes one person to jump in that pool and then everybody jumps in. So it looks like that party in the pool is about to happen. So that's kind of what's going on. Let me add really quick. So what we're doing, Bishop, how we're going to take advantage of that is we're going to continue to contact our reps, and especially if they serve on that House Financial Services Committee, especially on the minority side, the Democrat side, because it would be fantastic if we could get support on their side for the resolution of MMTLP. So also, I wanted to call out, I don't know if you guys remember, but a couple months ago, Warren Davidson, who sits on that committee, him and the majority whip, Tom Emer, who is a Republican representative out of Minnesota's 6th District, proposed the SEC Stabilization Act.
Fingers ask is $7.49.
Not only for the entire restructuring of the leadership of the SEC, moving to a governor system as opposed to a chair system, but they also called for the firing of Gary Gensler. So if you are in that district or in Minnesota, this is a fantastic opportunity to make sure that Mr. Emer is aware of the situation, that he has all of the documents, all of the videos, all of the other letters, and this is the majority whip in the House. He is probably the second most powerful position in the House of Representatives. He is in charge of whipping everyone onto the same page when it comes to actions and legislations. We could not have a better advocate on our side right now than Tom Emer. And so if you are with Minnesota, please reach out to me,
748
Anna,
ask.
Notoriety, whoever. But let's get Tom Emer on our side, and I
748
guarantee
last
he has
trade.
influence with Patrick McHenry. So if you need any assistance, please reach out and let us know.
Go ahead, Anna, if you wanted to chime in.
Yeah, I just wanted to actually give credit to where this email came from. It's actually a constituent I've been working with, but I've actually met with this staffer a couple of times who sent the email. So I want to give credit to, I'm not going to say what state it came from or which constituent, but that's why I'm saying when you have to reach out to your representatives, because that's where they're getting back to on the emails, even though I'm working with the staffer still, or, I have that relationship, but the constituent is the one that they will get back to. So I want to give a huge shout out to, I'm not going to say who it is, but it's someone that I've been working with closely in the background, and we continue to work together, but that's how it's done. And he or she is listening on here now. I'm not going to say who, but just to give really credit to this community who have continued to also, work with these different staffers and congressmen. This person has actually spoken with the congressman directly on this. So that's how these relationships work, so it's not just my sources. This is actually going through the constituents as well. I do hear back from different staffers that I've met with on this, and I have, heard their disappointment from when they have had these meetings with the SEC that they're not getting back what they want. But that's how it is so important that we continue to work with your own representatives, and that's how it works within this. So I just wanted to let you know that's how it works. Reach out to your congressional offices. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Paul T, I have a question for you there.
I'm here.
Since Don is not here, I'm going to go to you. Does our work stop here because we're getting this great news back to back?
Absolutely not. The only time the work stops, it says, okay, this is the date we're going to trade, or this is the date we have a resolution. That's when we stop. Until then, it's just business as usual. You just see me stopping my post? No. Tomorrow I'm going to still post. Nothing has changed. They're just meeting. That's all they're doing. There's no resolution yet. Until there is, we go business as usual. Thanks.
I think things have changed.
Don't stop. Keep going. They have other things in their agenda. They're going to want us to go away. Go ahead, Trev.
Cheers, Busy, and thanks for giving me the minute on your space.
7:55.
By the way, you ran an excellent space yesterday. It was very
7:66
that came in on the back of such huge news, and seeing Gary Gensler squirm the way he did yesterday was very heartening to the entire
Very
community.
little volume.
And I just want to congratulate you on that. It was excellent. Paul T, you're throwing out all that information every day, and I'm reading through it, and it's very comfortable for me to read, and it's very clear. So I hope a lot of people are kind of tuning into that as well, and Junk and everybody else who's running great spaces. Anna, I have a question for you, if I can ask one. First of all, thanks very much for having so many close
7:68
with Congress, particularly with the Financial Services Committee. I want to commend you on that wholeheartedly. It hasn't gone unnoticed to me that you've been first with news on 3 occasions to this community. And that's brilliant. And I'm very excited to see that, and always excited every day to read about that. But my question is this. When I tuned into the space, you said that you weren't opposed to getting 2 days trading, and that's perfectly understandable. But my question to you is
what is your
will
question?
You actively pursue that as a priority for the community, or what way do you feel about it? I know that you're not opposed, but is it something that you'll actually actively pursue?
Anna, that question was for you.
Yeah, no, I haven't gotten that far in my brain yet. I guess I will have to see what the parameters are. I know Drew hosted a space, and he said,
340K, that's amazing.
NextBridge, what those parameters would be, and that he and only NextBridge knows those. So I would need to see what the parameters are in order to feel comfortable with that. But sure, if that's what the community wants and we know the parameters, then I would be happy to put that forth. But I think that would need to be disclosed first.
Yeah, that's a genuine answer, and I appreciate that. And my final thing on that as well is that
I don't see the 368 in the volume.
If we do get Congress's ear on a situation, we've seen how fast things are moving, even since yesterday. Look at what has happened in one day. It's been truly amazing. It's been brilliant for the community. And I really think that a definitive plan, because things are happening so fast that we can't, and from now on, we can't really decide in the spur of the moment where we're going after, because things are just moving so fast. Like, we're now dealing with a situation where we went from yesterday to today, where we're saying to the community, you know, what do we need next?
Well, I think Dan Borders has a lot of investors, like institutional investors.
With a hierarchy of
I know
solutions,
the Duke
from number 1 to number 5.
has
That's
a
my
lot
own
of
feelings.
investors
But look,
in
I really
himself.
appreciate what you've answered there, and I do
And
appreciate
if
that you
Univest
came
is
back
finally
to
coming in and buying
Thanks, Busy. Wonderful space. Thank you.
in size, I think they've
And
been
I
here.
want to add into that. Yesterday,
This
yes,
could get
it was
exciting.
pretty much a record-breaking day for the space call, right? The community space call. But that was because of, you know, a community member, right? The Idaho State Group. They gave us Arsenal, right? By having the hard work for 9 months and being resilient and nonstop and not giving
Borders
up.
can.
We were able to have that video clip was, you know, the many connections that I've made.
Borders apparently can bring a lot of
Frank Ness and
big money.
Charles Payne and
I know the
Unusual
Duke
Whales.
can.
They were able to
And
put
of
it
course
out. So we got
Univest can.
attention, right? When they tweet stuff, they help us out. It amplifies. It amplifies the message. And with that, I want to say thank you, Frank. You know, you're there. I text you. You put it out there. And I'm sure right now you're writing an article as we speak. If I know you, right? Right? 100. See, he's already writing an article about this. So, you know, just show your appreciation. You know, follow Frank Ness. You know, show your appreciation to Unusual Whales, Charles Payne, anybody in the media that's helping us. They've been there from day one. In regards to Charles and Frank Ness, so just please, you know, if you can't
We
subscribe
haven't
to
seen
him,
anything yet. I think this
on a
goes
monthly basis,
over 8
just
by
go
the
ahead
end
and
of the
retweet his
day.
stuff. Quote retweet him. Just help him get the word out on his other articles, and that's just showing your appreciation. Let's go with Dr. E. I know, God, man, he's at work. Dr. E, I know I talk a little bit too much
777.73.
sometimes. I'm going to send you an invite.
Last
So
trade
we're going to go
773.
to James Bond and then Dr. E. Whenever you're ready, I'll put you in front of the line because I know you're working. Go ahead, James Bond.
Howdy, everyone from Minnesota. Need some direction. What can I do?
Hey there. So, Todd Emmer, I think, is it Emmer, not Emer? Is
I
it
don't
Emmer?
see that bid. I only see 100
Somebody sent me a
shares.
message. Yeah, so he is the majority whip in the House, which is probably the second most powerful person. It is his job to whip consensus for the actions of the House. I was just saying that I think that he is probably the best advocate that we can have right now. So I did receive a message that someone in the community is communicating with Mr. Emmer. I hope that's how you say it. And so let me put you in
Yes,
contact
I'm
with them, and
looking at
maybe you guys can work together.
E-Trade, NASDAQ, yeah.
And the other person I'm DMing
I
right
don't have
now.
level 2.
And let's
I
see if
used
we
to.
can get you guys on a Zoom to see if we can get
But
his
they don't
support.
provide it
And
anymore.
potentially a letter or a phone call out to Patrick McHenry. So, yeah, I was just thinking about that, thinking about Elmer's. Yeah.
They don't,
Okay.
as far as I know, they don't even
Sorry
make it
about that,
available
Congressman, if you're listening.
that if you pay
Emma.
more to get
So,
it.
but yeah,
I just
let's.
don't know
I was
how
just
to get
thinking
it.
about his initiative, the ACC Stabilization Act, calling for the restructuring of the SEC as well as the firing of Gary Gensler. And so, you know, him and Warren Davidson put that out, and so I think he would be an excellent source.
Moo is free,
Someone
okay.
in a very powerful position in the House that would be an incredible advocate, and maybe what we need to push us over the finish line. So, I will put you in contact with this person if this person's okay with that. We'll see if we can all work together.
777 asked.
Thank you.
Thanks, James.
You got anything else, Anna? And also, I have anybody that wants to request a mic, this open mic request. Go ahead, Anna.
No, I just, thanks, Lizzie, for opening the space. I know when I called you this morning, thanks for always thank you for being available. And thank you, Frank Nez, so much for always giving us a voice. Gosh, I just thank you just incredibly. You're incredible. And the turnaround time, I'm just always like, wow, it was like just breaking news, and 30 minutes later, you've got a whole article written? That's talent, so thank you. And I'm going to be dropping down in like 15 minutes because I'm taking my nephews. It's both of their birthdays this week, and they flew to Philadelphia, and we're going to see the Braves Phillies play tonight. So I'm excited for that. I'm going to get ready soon to do that. But I just want to thank the whole community. I mean, from Savvy Spaces in the morning, Paul T's tweets, 100's knowledge, just everyone. Don Fizz, I've just enjoyed talking and working with him in the background, and just a tremendous amount of efforts all the time from this community, and just everyone listening and tweeting and retweeting and making the calls and setting the meetings. Like, we seriously have done a tremendous amount of work the past 9 months, and we are going to win. I just want everyone to know that, and we're going to win through Congress. They're going to hear our voices, and they have heard our voices, and they're wanting to help us. I mean, we saw that in the email that was put forth from one of the people today from the Finance Service Committee, and then yesterday on the Senate side, Crefo. I mean, it's amazing what we have done working together in this community for 9 months. So just thank you. And if you haven't done so, now is not the time to give up. Make those calls, send those letters, and ask, that they subpoena for the share count. So thanks, guys.
And
I'll be here for another 15.
Anna, one thing, Bill Farrand here. One thing, as Congress increases the pressure because of you guys, the financial firms are going to notice, and I wouldn't be surprised if they come with a financial settlement sooner than you think.
And I want to add, you just don't know. You just don't know in this community. Yesterday was Jan Capella and the Idaho group, and today was Anna. And that's just teamwork, guys. You don't know. Tomorrow is going to be somebody else in the community that's going to have success. I see that Mark, you took a mic, but I have Don Fizz and Nada Righty up here.
Where's vocal?
When they take the mic, we're probably going to hear something. So I'm going to
Where's
go to
vocal?
them. First, Don and Nada Righty, whoever wants to clap and go first.
771. Still very low volume.
Well, I've been traveling for the last
in
2
terms
days,
of
so
an
I've been
increase
getting
in volume.
pieces. It's a hell of a 2 days to be, out of pocket.
Hell of a thing.
But I guess, in short, I just want to say I've never been proud.
Thank you, J.R. Ewing.
Of something in my life.
No one responded to what I said except
really
you.
Hard, eating a lot of crap for the last 9 months. And
I'm not sure I'm welcome
pays
on
off.
this call.
We've been saying it, and we've been living it.
We're about to go
now we're seeing
green.
the results.
We're about to
So,
go green.
I want to thank everybody for not getting discouraged and continuing to make the calls.
Let me look at
continuing to show
vocal.
up every single day and taking your cuts. We struck out a lot, but persistence pays off. And I will say, I have.
He wanted to get rid of
there's something
the hot money.
I'll talk about in a day or two after I make sure it's happened. But there's something else coming. But again,
778.
780. And when I say everybody, I mean everybody. And there's a lot of people who aren't here today who did a lot of work. Everybody deserves.
So tell me about that huge
credit
bid. I
and
can't
thanks
see
for
that
where
huge
we are
bid.
today.
Go ahead, Don.
340,000 at 765.
Reiterate what he said to thank everybody.
341 at 770.
But since the last I spoke to you, when I dropped down and just came back, 3 more congressmen and 1 more senator confirmed Zooms with me. So everybody's coming to the pool party.
This is what's happening. It's the tipping point.
That's why I love
780.
Don and Nada Righty, I'm telling you, you guys are just killing
Does it make sense to sell shares to double up on November call?
For my family and for the community's family. You guys are just unstoppable. And I'm pretty sure the whole entire community feels the same way. Don, was that it? Or Matt, are you guys good to go?
I
don't have
think
else. I'm just,
November
like I
calls
said,
have too much premium.
And feeling very grateful today. So
you kind of teased us. You did a busy so we're gonna wait for.
Yeah, it's so busy. I mean, you know the way things work around here. If you open your mouth prematurely, sometimes.
I hesitate to answer that question because
I'm not going to open my mouth prematurely, but
only you can make the decision. But if you sold fewer shares and bought the September calls nearer in, like 9s, or 10s.
Say nothing. Right now, I'm like, just don't
You only have
me,
3 days or 2 days, so it's risky. But then if you save some shares maybe for Friday or Monday,
so,
you could buy October calls.
Anybody want to tell me something?
November's too much premium, I think.
So,
And if this squeezes, it's going to happen now.
It's time, and then we'll go to Mark.
But it's risky. See, shares are great because they don't expire.
How that's helping the community. And I also believe
but the leverage of more shares, this is a good time to go for it. I don't know your style or your situation, but yes, if you have a capacity to assume the risk, it's a good time to expand your exposure to the upside.
Again, the last fundraiser, we have $700 left. I did text Winston's last night.
776, 781.
If you need some kind of donation, let's get that done. So they're definitely working on a new video. So, kudos to them.
Yeah.
They're gonna put
you don't want to
video,
be without it overnight.
So, it's time for a new video.
776, 780.
Video clip that we'll have.
It'll be interesting to see what happens at 3:30. If I'm reading what Dan Borders put out correctly, they'll keep moving that bid up.
Quick, it sounded like you thought maybe it wasn't available. No, that video is available if you go to MMTLP Studios and go to the video section. I put it in almost every tweet that I put out. So, but yeah, no, it's definitely available. But guys, it's a great reminder.
Well, 341 at 770.
It doesn't take a whole lot to
maybe
have
they'll start
your
moving it
hashtags
up.
and your hashtags and all of that other stuff. So let's make sure that we're getting that revolution
options, you lose all your money. It's the worst feeling in the world. You're alive, and then the Saturday morning, you have nothing. Shares, you know what you have. But
sorry about that.
If it makes sense to expand your exposure a little bit, I wouldn't sell all of your shares to do it.
What's going on, brother?
Well, I'm kind of blown away with the last 2 days of what's been happening.
This is Mark
really
Bazile.
A tribute to everybody in the
I
MMTLP
split tens and
community.
black. I too like to live dangerously.
Or like Don Fizz and Drew and Anna, knocking down the doors. You've actually just started to knock down the wall. And to have the
777
entire Financial Services Committee meeting tomorrow is pretty indicative that there will be a subpoena that will be issued. And that subpoena is the precursor to formal hearings on what's going on.
He's an attorney.
And I'll tell you right now, the next fight is going to be that audited share count. Because if Congress is supplied with the audited share count, it's over. I mean, it will be
I
over
agree
because
with
it
him.
will expose
I agree
not
with
just
him.
through the MMTLP
Let me see your
ticker,
question.
but a lot of different
He's not
aspects
wrong.
of this unbalanced market versus,
if we wish not to use a stop loss, do we keep it blank?
And this is going to go really far. So I've already made contact with legislative counsel's office for Congress.
I'm not sure the question.
And I want to make sure that they're ready
but don't use stop losses.
The SEC to come back and say there's an investigation and we can't give this information. That's a bunch of horseshit. Because what the audited share count will show is just data. It has nothing to do with any investigation.
Exactly.
Or potential
He was lying.
action by the SEC at this point in time.
Exactly.
So,
he was
just
lying.
like Gensler looked like a deer in the headlights yesterday, and I kind of agree, with Dizzy that he was looking for the right words, so he didn't put his foot in his mouth, and he came across kind of shaky.
Like a dickhead.
I kind of see that this is going to be the fight, the audited share count, and even though
because it's not the only stock.
I'm sure they're going to fight tooth and nail on it. But, you guys already knocked down the wall. You guys already done the really hard part. And it looks like Congress is going to kind of pick up the mantle at this point and bring everybody else under their umbrella and try to get to the bottom of this. But that audited share count is going to uncover, and I think Junk said this 2 or 3 months ago that this is going to uncover everything. Everything that you guys have been talking about, everything that you guys have been concerned about. And this is going to draw in a lot of different public interest groups and financial groups and other legislative bodies, from the state, down to.
Oh, you think 8/11 is the break?
And this is, you guys have just done a tremendous job. You have to remember, I'm still kind of like an outsider, and I'm looking at all the different groups that pushed all the different efforts, and it kind of just converged into, and the Idaho group was just unbelievable, getting Senator Crapo involved, and he did a great job. His opening line, he went right for the jugular. I think it caught Gensler by surprise, and that's going to telegraph now what Congress is going to do going forward. I just want to make sure that the legal side of Congress is ready for pushback on the audited share count, because that has nothing to do, with any enforcement action contemplated. It's just data. In fact, I posted a United States District Court, Southern District of New York case yesterday that talked about the difference between getting information from a regulatory body. In those days, it was the NSAD, which was the predecessor to FINRA. And a very wise federal court judge said, hey, wait a second. There's a difference between just getting the data and getting research and internal analysis based on that data. We don't need the research or analysis based on that data. We don't. We just need the data. Once you show that there's an imbalance, and what are you going to do about it? That uncovers the entire debacle. And it's a very simple thing. And I think, a lot of the community leaders have been saying this for weeks now. Show us the certified, audited, share count. And we're going to, and that's going to expose the whole thing. Why do you think there's been so much pushback to, Rich Hoffman and Allen and Rosa and Corisani? They don't want any of this information to come out because they want to keep it the good old boys club. They want to keep their way of making money on out of your wallets going until it can't go any further. So I think you guys have just done. This has never been done before. I don't even know if you if you understand the breadth and scope of what you've just done. You've given now the green light to other people like an AMC and other companies who got screwed over. You've given them a potential pathway to also follow to get this done. They may not even have to follow it. By the time you guys are done, by the time Congress is done on this issue, I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of changes to the laws, and you guys will get resolution one way or the other. I'm hoping it's 2 days of trading. I'm hoping they actually open up for 4 or 5 days of trading to give the hedge funds time to think about it and cover their asses, so you guys can make out. But at the end of the day, you guys just did an unbelievable job. That's all I have to say.
Bill Farron, busy. Can I say one thing? Is it all right?
No problem. I'm sorry. I just want to chime in because.
Sorry.
No, I'll go to you next, William. Just give me a second. He brought up something that really resonates with. Actually, she's on here. It was Tia Bolt too. She put out a tweet this morning, and it said, "At Busy Brands, the MMTLP community is the strongest I've seen since AMC and GameStop. But there's actually progress on congressional level, which is superior to anything that I've witnessed." That's the same thing that you're saying, Mark. I feel the same way because I was, part of the AMC community. I came from the AMC community. So, Tia, I know that you're listening. You're here, and thanks for that tweet because it's 100% accurate. I'm sorry. Go ahead, William.
Well, I just wanted to maybe make an obvious point. That was well said, Mark. But to me, after this, all it takes is one congresswoman or one senator to say, is this happening in more than one stock? And then the follow-on question, is this happening in every stock that seeks financing in the over-the-counter markets or micro-cap area? And then, is it happening in all of our stocks and retirement accounts? It is huge. That's really what I wanted to say. I won't go into it right now. I think you have to be really careful on 2 days trading on the framework, the rules of how that happens. But I don't want to expand on that. But anyway, I think it's huge, and that's what I wanted to say, Busy.
And I just wanted to back up what Mark had said about, the door that it opens up. I personally, just in the last
100.
few hours, gone through different space calls
This
and
is
different
100%.
communities, and they're all like stuck in their own, resolution process. That they have no idea what door, what wall,
777. Let it run.
Yesterday.
777. Let it run.
Opportunity that's coming. So, I like to second what Mark said, because yesterday was historical.
I agree.
I can't even describe it. I'm speechless. I'm so grateful.
It's great.
Mark,
I agree with him.
I'm sorry. I know I have hands. I'm going to go to you. I apologize. Just give me a second. But Mark, during that clip that you seen yesterday with Senator Crapo, there was 2 words that really stood out to me, and I was like, when I went back, I had time after a damn 6-hour space call. I went back and sat down.
2 days of trading, kitties never die, is a disaster. It's a disaster.
Shares. What are your
But that's
thoughts?
just my opinion. I'm just one guy.
If you look at it this way, the SEC just sued Savvy Management.
3:30. Let's see what
for
happens.
naked short selling. But before that, the media would have you guys believe there was no such thing as naked short selling.
Yes,
Counterfeit shares.
he's right.
So that's kind of put to rest, and I think Crapo, I think his research team understands this issue probably better than most of the other congressional representatives. But I think the term, they're starting to throw around the terms that you guys have been throwing around, and kind of Wes has been throwing around for over a decade or two. And I think these specific tags are going to stain the public markets and the SEC and FINRA going forward, and you're going to hear this terminology used more and more.
He's making really good points.
And as this terminology is used more and more to describe this situation, people are going to understand it better. Just like counterfeiting money or counterfeiting a deed on a piece of property or anything else.
Exactly.
And that brings you right back to the audited share count, right? If it's 164,
he's making really good points.
1 million, you got a problem, right?
He's making very good points. 777. 778.
And that's why they're fighting so hard against
9 cents to go green.
Naked short selling and counterfeit shares. They've tried very hard.
It makes a nice sandwich.
People from using that terminology.
Exactly. See, he's smart.
There's no such thing as counterfeit shares, and there's no such thing as naked shorting.
He's smart. He's making good points.
Who's in charge of policing the public markets brings a naked short selling civil enforcement action against one of the bigger funds that fund companies on NASDAQ and the New York Stock Exchange. Well, that kind of just, maybe some of the media should publish retractions because their initial publications hurt this community. It didn't help this community.
Exactly.
So, not that they're
well
going to publish
said.
retractions, but maybe they should do follow-up pieces to kind of save face and get aboard this speeding freight train that's carrying millions of pounds of coal and doing 80 miles an hour down the train tracks. I don't see anybody stopping you guys. I really don't.
Thank you, Mark. I'm going to take the point of privilege to give it to Richard. I know that he's working, and then I'll continue on to everybody else. Okay?
Is
So
that
just be
Richard?
patient.
Your Richard?
You have the mic.
Yeah, great news, great work.
That's Richard.
My only caveat, of course I have to do a caveat. Today is Wednesday. Tomorrow is Thursday. There will be a Friday. My guess is this will not be resolved by the end of Thursday. And in the past,
if you drew a curve of the community,
778.
we have a lot of ups and downs. So we have a lot of good events, and
He
then
doesn't
maybe
know
not
what
a
he's
conclusion,
talking
and then
about.
kind of a dip. So let's just all keep in mind.
I'm gonna tell him you said that.
No matter what happens on Thursday, that will not be the end. So we'll have to keep on working on Friday and next Monday, and we should not lose any enthusiasm or encouragement or anything like that just because we have
It doesn't matter if it doesn't finish. This is just a breakthrough.
Shouldn't be
It's
surprised
a breakthrough.
if it, again, this is a ridiculously hard effort, what we're doing. If it wasn't, it would have been done already. So
It is a
just keep that
breakthrough.
in the back of your mind. I'm not trying to minimize what's happened to this point in time. I just want to make sure that we continue on beyond Thursday. And hi, Mark. I don't know if we've ever spoken together at any point in time, but in my arbitration, Fidelity still is taking the position.
Oh, Mark.
There's no naked shorting. So
That's
I'm
Richard.
interested to see how they, in turn, respond
Am I
to what's
muted?
going on in Congress, which
Yes,
I pointed
I'm
out to them,
muted.
of course. And of course, I'm asking for the audited share count
I'm
from
completely
Fidelity
muted.
and from FINRA, and I'm sure I'm not going to get it. But I hope to
I know,
have
but
the
that
opportunity
bid's at
to perhaps
770.
litigate that beyond just the arbitration.
I think that
But
bid
for everybody
needs
who's putting in continued work, great work, keep it up.
the
and
bid
keep
needs
it
to go up.
Friday and thereafter, and it's really wonderful to be a member of this community, and keep it going.
I think Mark wanted to respond to you. He unmuted for a second.
Richard, I've been following your case the best I can, and I just want to say
777.
that you're doing a great job in your case and following all the pathways that are still available to you. And if you ever want to talk about it or whatever, just feel free to reach out to me.
I will do, and I appreciate the offer. And I appreciate
See,
all your efforts on
Richard isn't a good lawyer. He has to reach out to another lawyer.
that gotten screwed by.
I didn't get your DM. I don't know how to get them, Skinny Whale, but I'll look. But maybe after 4 o'clock.
So we're gonna go with Savvy, Crucial Mix, Anthony. After that, let's go.
777 means
Okay, really quick.
let it go up.
What Richard just said is incredibly important. Of course, whatever comes out of that meeting, whether we learn of it or not, we still have the hearing on the 27th. And so we need to keep the pressure up all the way through to the 27th, guys. We're coming at the end of this leg of a much
It's a
bigger
huge
race.
breakthrough,
And the
though.
last thing we should do is let up before we hand off that baton to the next leg.
huge
So
breakthrough.
let's make sure that we do that. Also, wanted to acknowledge, I don't know if he's still in here, but as much as we're smashing down this wall, we wouldn't have been here.
On it.
Sorry, guys.
Uh-oh.
If it wasn't for Howard
She's
and going
emotional.
against the grain and not listening to us and establishing that relationship with the SEC's FOIA office and getting those incredible FOIA requests. And so we don't get him in the space often because he's working on his master's degree. And so, Howard, if you're still there, just wanted to throw a lot of love
that's
your way to
nice.
Mr. FOIA Howard. And, we wouldn't be here today without your efforts and your persistence. So thank you to you. Also, I wanted to remind everyone that or point out that with a subpoena will come an appropriations process.
Apparently women
This was pointed out by Sessions' office that it's not like
have
they
a
can
lot
just order it.
in
They have
these
to go through
situations
appropriations and
feel
appropriate the
a lot
funds
more than
for
men
it.
do on the.
So just know that it may, as Richard just
Don't
said, not
judge her
come as
for it.
quickly as we might hope. So we need to be patient, continue to do the work. Also, wanted to let you know, if those of you who have not dug into Crapo's background, his background in the financial markets goes all the way back to 2008 with the financial collapse. And if you've seen Christina Copeland's The Wall Street Conspiracy, she talks about how that collapse in 08 was not housing, was not this, was not that. It was shorting of the financial markets.
It's
And
breaking.
So he
Entire
is probably
here,
the
I'll
one
show
best
it to you.
positioned
The
right
space
now
call.
to be asking these questions. And so hopefully he
I'll
will
show it to
continue
you.
to go to bat for us. And of course, a big shout out to Senator Crapo and the courage that it took to be fearless yesterday.
Thank you, Savvy. Crucial, you there? Crucial. Before I go to you, Paul T, are you there? Oh, here. Okay, good. I got you both.
No one remembers you, J.R. Ewing.
Fonzie, can you tell Crucial exactly what you need with and what videos you need and what format you need?
Can't pronounce
that
your
way we
last
can just
name.
get this out of the way because I know I have you guys both on DMs. Go ahead, Fonzie.
Okay, Crucial. I have two videos. One of them is, Senator Crapo, and the other one is the Jeff Mendel interview. They're both on YouTube. Is there a way you can store it on one of our websites? Very similar to the way MMTLP Studios does it, where you can click right on the video, and then it gives you a way to, share it. Because then I can use that.
He's roboting, they call it. 777. That means let it run.
Both links I can send them to you. I mean, actually, I sent one today. The Crapo one I sent out today. So if you go into one post, you'll see the link right there. Mark is the one that.
I don't know what he's saying. 777.
I don't know if I have it on there. Yeah, if you send me a link, I can put my YouTube.
775, 778.
Secondly,
we're all talking over each other.
To click on that video to go to MMTLP resources, I'd like to have it, housed
1.66 million. See, it's still not drama. I'm starting to think.
Else is on there. That's the reason I want it there too.
Yeah,
it's a strategy.
That's fine. I'll totally work on that for you. Just if you send me a DM to remind me and send me the. Perfect.
Hey, my cellular bill.
Perfect. So you guys are gonna get together, right? You guys gonna DM each other.
Doesn't have anything to do with me.
Perfect. We got that out of the way. All right, go ahead, Crucial.
Thank you, Lizzie.
No problem. Go ahead, Crucial.
Now they get it down to 773. We don't appreciate J.R. Ewing laughing at Richard's jokes. It just encourages him to tell more of them. I don't know why this is. Maybe I've been disconnected for misbehavior. But as far as I can tell, Busy's call is still going on. I don't see a single speaker, though, speaking. And, oh yeah, I do, Crucial. So maybe Crucial is speaking, but maybe I've been delisted from this call. Do you know what you call a priest who becomes a lawyer? An ex-priest? Excommunicated? A father-in-law. Crappy needs Crapo needs a name change. Well, I listened to you, Not Legal Advice. You did a great job. Mark, I think, did a good job. I'm still on the call, but I can't hear a thing. So maybe I've been disconnected. But, I mean, included or something. But I really think your point that, basically the point is we're celebrating, but it's not over. That's a good point. But I think it's a major breakthrough, which is what I tried to express. I guess Mark had said it, so he didn't think what I said was useful. But I think if a few senators see this with MMTLP, they're going to say, wait a minute, did this only happen here, or is it happening elsewhere? And then a logical mind would go, is this happening everywhere? And it'll be all over for Gensler and for the SEC and maybe for the banks. Somebody clicked on video and disengaged the call. Oh, so I have to leave it? Well, let's just, I mean, I don't know. I can't hear it anyway. So let's see what's happening with our stock. It's not, I don't see that it's going. It's 772, 774. Jenny L's here. Jenny Rebecca, 4 days old. How do you see the world? So I'm not getting the proper quote. Let me start again. Maybe there's something wrong with my phone. Maybe I have to pay my bill. Who told me I had to pay my bill? I'm not getting any quote. It says no results for finger. What's going on? Could be my connection. I was standing in line at Mr. Jimmy's. We decided. All right, I'm going to turn my phone off and on because something's going wrong. Something's going wrong. 780, 788, 789. I don't know who said that. Yeah, pay your internet bill. I mean, I'd tell you if that's the problem, but it's not. It's probably, I really think it might be my phone is old, but maybe people are blocking me because I've been having a lot of problems. Or it's just me. It could just be me that I don't know how to use things. I'm perfectly willing to assume somehow I screwed up. But that was funny. I couldn't hear anything on Busy's call, and I couldn't, I couldn't change anything. But I didn't, prior to that, I didn't do anything unusual with my phone. All right, let's see where the stock's trading. See, it might be something wrong with E-Trade for me because it's not coming up. Maybe you're right. Maybe there's something wrong with my phone. Wrong decade. There's something wrong with my phone, so thank you for oh, here it goes. There it goes. All right, I see 777, 775 by 777, 1.7 million shares. I don't know if that bid's going to come up. I think that bid is being professional and maybe just staying there in case the stock comes back. I don't know. They're showing 21,000 for share for sale at 780. I think that's highly unlikely that anyone's selling. Will we break 8 this week? I think we'll break 8 today. But I don't know. I'd be really surprised if we don't break, like I just said, if we don't break 8 today. But I would be completely caught off guard if we didn't break 8 this week. I think we're probably going to break 10 this week. But the problem is it's predictions. That's the problem with predictions. Refused to comply and held in contempt. SEC already did throw FINRA under the bus. That's what Gensler did. And they're a stepchild. All right, we're at 1.71 million shares. Last trade 777.05. Who does a trade? I'm glad I got that extra 0005. It's 776 by 777, 776 to 778, 200 by 600, 776, 1.71 million shares, down 7%. You see a bid of 469,000? I don't see it, but that's fantastic. That is fantastic. Well, on the FINRA, one of the senior people at FINRA works for Goldman Sachs. Did I see Jennifer's tweet? Good things are coming. Jennifer? I didn't see her tweet. Nothing brings out whistleblowers faster than a lost dog. 774 to 777. That 777 seems to be an important number to these guys. 1.71 million, down 8 cents, down 1.15%. 773 now. 773 to 777. 100 by 300. 1.71 million shares, which means roughly 300,000 shares have traded, since Ham got, maybe 400, since Ham got off the call. Now the last trade, 777. There seems to be something about that number. 775, 777. 400 by 200. Down 6%. The last trade, 777. 1.72 million. Down 6 cents. 777. 776 by 777. That really is a strange number. I think it's a trading code. You're listening to Busy. Well, let me see if I can get back on to Busy. Well, let's wait till it closes. I could not hear Busy, and I couldn't change it. I was hitting buttons. I couldn't change anything. So let's just see. I'll try to get back on to Busy. So finger is 775. What is my chart? I just do my own chart. Okay, there's a big order there. 439,000 at 770. There's a lot less resistance now on ARCA. I don't know if my programming is... I think there's something wrong with my phone. 778. Um... 778. We've got 6 minutes to go. Let's see how the stock trades. For the last 6 minutes, 775 down 8 cents, 775 to 777, 172. 775 by 777, 400 by 300, 400 by 400, 775, 770, 776, 777. The bid is 776, 700 by 200, 776 to 777, 776, 5. 5 minutes to go. 776, 777, 777, 776, 777, 900 by 100, 900 by 200. I don't know why 777 is such a hard number to punch through. There doesn't seem to be any visible resistance or volume there. 776, 777, 800 by 200. 800 by 200, 776, 777. 776, 777. Last trade 776.5. 1.73 million traded. 356, 4 minutes to go. 776, 800. 777, 400. Last trade 776.5. It's like my phone has stopped. All right, there's a trade. 777. 777. Bid is 777. 777, 778. $777 for 1,800. $778. They're showing 18,700 for sale. I don't believe it, but that's what they're showing. $777. Is this guy for real? What are we doing here? Not much. We're 70 Mustang. I'm just reading out the stock prices as the stock closes, and I am for real. But I admit that my lives are not that professional, and they could stand with some better content. But right now, I'm just trying to read out the price before it closes. So I am real. There's a space call going on Twitter about MMTLP. I'd recommend that. There's also live television and other places to listen, and avoid my amateur hour. 773 by 775, 1700 by 700, 774 by 775. 775, less than 2 minutes to go. 774, the volume is 1,750,000. 773 by 776. They can't get through 777. The bid is 772 now, with the ask of 774. Last trade 773.5. And we've got less than 2 minutes to go. 1.75 million shares traded. 1 minute to go, and down the stretch they come. 775 by 777. 774 by 777. Last trade 775. Last trade 774.51. Who trades at that price except for frauds? The stock opened at 788 today. I don't see where it closed yesterday. Previous close was 783. It'd be nice in the last 30 seconds if we could get to 783. But it doesn't look like we're going to. 775, 778. 775 to 778. Last trade 776. 774 to 778. Last trade 774. 1.76 million shares traded. Less than 30 seconds to go. It's 4 o'clock. And the stock closes at 774. 774, and the first trade after market 780. And so we've got a big spread, 761 to 780. First trade after market is 780. The volume on the day was 1.77, 774 the last trade. And now it's 761 in the aftermarket. So I guess the shorts had a good day. Is it worth getting back on Busy's call? Let me see if I... See if they're still on it.
We need to request is that somebody comes from the SEC representing the SEC and their beliefs and how they handle things so that we can hold SEC accountable and not just someone that comes on their own beliefs. We need to be able to hold SEC accountable.
Stupid shorts. I like that.
It's time. Didn't you find it
I
stunning?
like
This
that
is twice
comment.
now
It says it
that
all.
Gary Gensler has
Stupid
sat there and
shorts.
said, I represent my own opinions, not those of the agency.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, if you don't represent the opinion of the
I
agency,
agree,
who the
Junk.
heck does?
I agree, Junk.
Wouldn't it be chairman?
See, I'm not a speaker anymore. I don't have any power anymore. But I agree with her.
Yeah, I say like the other caller said, the other member said, let's line them up in a row. Get all the commissioners, get all the directors. And
Let's get all the little commissioners.
Who represents your agency?
I love it.
Wouldn't that be a moment for national television?
And if you don't mind, who was addressed in the FOIA request?
You know what? It's time. I've always said that would be my very first
All
question.
right.
Mr. Gensler, can you confirm or deny that it is your...
We'll listen to this a little bit longer, and then I'm going to sign off because it's been a long day.
I don't necessarily believe it's his email, but I can almost guarantee the general counsel of the SEC's email is under there. But wouldn't that be great if we could ever find out?
How about if they don't? What about if they just request from Gary Gensler, whoever that email went to have a conversation with them?
Whatever we get, we can take. We'll take whatever we can get.
All right, guys. So, Anthony, are you still there, sir? Yeah, Anthony, yeah.
Yes.
So 100 wanted you to repeat the question because he thought it was really important. Can you do that for us, please?
Yeah. I would also say that the person that's on the email going back and forth, he should be the first person questioned.
feel like anybody lower on the totem pole will give up whatever it is they need to give up because they don't want to be in the middle of crap. But the question I asked earlier, which they answered, was given the fact that Congress does oversight on the SEC and they're only specifically asking to balance the books, when a subpoena goes in, if they deny answering that subpoena, would they be held in contempt of giving up that data?
Rumor has it a big announcement from the resident of the White House will be given, I assume, on Friday. Interesting.
Excellent question.
Go ahead, number 2.
Hey, Busy. How you doing, bro?
Good, sir.
All right. Hey, everybody. Hey, I just had a quick, I came in late, so I kind of get what's going on a little bit. But I had a question with regards to, we know they do not want to expose a share count. Obviously, that's been their goal, is to avoid that at all costs. What do you think is going to happen now at this point if they think it's going to be...
I'm not being invited up again, so I don't... Oh, there's Syntex. She's great, too.
What route they'll take to...
But...
with regards to... Are they actually going to... You think we'll end up with that? Or you think they're going to...
I don't need... I guess he doesn't want me to be on the call.
Thank you.
100 JR, anybody want to chime in? Paul T, I don't care who it is.
Hey, Busy. Richard's waving his hand down there.
Oh, that's good,
Richard.
Yeah, oh gosh, please don't.
All right.
I'll take a shot while Richard is coming up. I think it's too soon to speculate on what they would do. I can tell you what I think would happen if once the share count is released, and certainly if it's released to the public. I think this community's head is going to explode, and I think there will be so much pressure by us. I mean, I was thinking when the question was asked about, well, what
No jokes, Richard.
can they put him in contempt? I think he can try to refuse.
Let's go, Brandon. Let's go, Brandon.
Is going to force their hand.
Let's go, Brandon.
There might be an air quote refusal initially, but we wouldn't tolerate that.
Let's go, Brandon.
I think I can speak with 110% that if a public refusal is made by the SEC, this community will go full speed ahead. And I would
Let's
think
go,
that
Brandon.
is dropped and the coal that's on the train is going to be on fire.
Let's go, Brandon.
How this community would tolerate non-responsive by the SEC if there's a subpoena issued by any committee.
Well, Hector, the middle part of what you're saying, I think, is right.
That if and when that subpoena
Had a hard time buying fingers calls. You gotta, when there's high demand, I think you have to go in on the ask, which is stupid, I know, but the SEC's not being forthright. The SEC's not being forthright.
So, I think when and if it drops, it's going to be a hammer.
He doesn't see that I'm back.
I got Richard up here. Go ahead.
Should I request or leave him? Leave him
I was
alone.
watching Gensler or DH spout off yesterday. I was thinking about the FOIA reply, and in the FOIA reply, and I'll get to the FOIA reply briefly.
But first, a joke.
FINRA this year, Robert Cook is the head of FINRA. They've had changes in personnel. Hooper left, etc. At some point in time, he stated that he worked daily with his general counsel. That he relied, because the general counsel is responsible for all the legal...
And guess who the general counsel is? Goldman Sachs.
So you can imagine, because if they didn't do this, they wouldn't be doing their job. If some big legal issue comes up, he would at least advise the CEO, hey, be aware of this, so that if something happened, the CEO wouldn't go to him and say, get the hell out of the office, you're fired. That would be a general circumstance. So with the SEC, it's no different. So general counsel will report about legal issues, important legal issues,
to the head, which would be Mr. Gensler. Now, that doesn't mean that all legal issues and all legal crap is discussed, but things that are of significance.
He makes a lot of sense when he's not telling a joke.
Discussed on a daily or weekly basis. That's just the way it goes. And if you look at those FOIA replies, at least one of them, there's a suggestion to FINRA, and you know it's a black. There's 3 SEC boxes I think that are blacked out.
Let me get this call. Sorry, guys. I thought I might be getting some information on. Are you guys there? Are you even there? I thought I was getting some information on the trading in finger. I got information, but nothing, it's just nothing that you don't know, nothing that's useful. But I couldn't hang up. Yeah, I couldn't get back into Busy's good graces. Y'all trying to be funny. I'm dead ass serious. What? What are you dead ass serious about? Oh, Hawkeye's back. Don't give up on vocal. Oh, there's Hawkeye. I can't believe I'm watching someone talk on a phone call with mute on. How stupid am I? I apologize. Hawkeye, the reason I was doing that is I try to get information on these stocks. And the gentleman I was speaking with normally has some insight on the trading in finger. So I apologize for putting everyone on mute, and it took a few minutes. I apologize for that too. But it might have been possible. I would have heard, hey, this, and this is happening, and I could come out and tell you. It turns out I didn't hear anything that was useful. Later on tonight I might, but that's why I did it. So I apologize to everyone. Yeah, I think I don't know what I think about today's action in finger. I think the closing price at 775 arguably is just under resistance, or 774. But it's hard to read my chart. Because they bunched the numbers together. But yeah, it could be that that's what's going on. So you're right. It could just be the consolidation for that. I don't think it's a cause for concern. But then you start thinking, what does it mean for September options? And frankly, I guess 2 days, like in politics, 2 days in options when the stock is going up can be an eternity. But, it would be disappointing if yet again they move it off to next month. Nothing goes up forever. That's true. Nothing goes up forever. I think that's probably right. I can't think of a way to disprove that statement. It's a small pullback, and on the other hand, it was good volume. They weren't able to get it down. It wasn't great volume, but it was good volume, and they weren't able to get it down. So, but when I look at these other charts from the other stocks, anyway, the bottom line is we just don't know. Yeah, they didn't touch that big order. You're right. And if they really wanted to sell so badly, they should have. Our taxes go up forever. $7.76 now in the after hour. That's a good idea, Matt K. I like that idea. It could say, the doctor is out, be back soon, or out to lunch. Out to lunch. Hey, Lou. Options for finger should only be bought 1 month out. And I would agree for that. But yes, I agree with your second part of your sentence. Buying October calls right now is really expensive, but on Monday they'll be cheaper. And I would agree with you on that. I bought a a handful of calls this morning, and it looks like it's going to be a mistake. Right now it feels like finger is not going to go over 10 by Friday, but this morning I felt like finger was going to not only go over 8, that it would be pushing $8.59 today, but I was wrong. To me, they'll use any and all firepower available to not let the September 8 calls stay out of the money. Lauren, it's going to be over 10 by Friday. Well, both of your points of view, yeah, it's the triple witching hour, or day, you know what I mean. One thing that might be happening is they're letting the shorts sell and sell and sell because someone was buying today, and they're probably unlikely. I mean, I don't have any direct access to Univest, but they're probably unlikely to ring the bell and say, hey, we're going to be buying. They'll just set about doing it. And today and yesterday they somebody was buying, but it's certainly not the major buying that you would have expected to cause a squeeze. And who knows, maybe they do it tomorrow, maybe they do it Friday. I don't quite understand why. I mean, if you make a couple of assumptions, if you assume Univest wants to get the price higher, and if you assume Univest wants to get the price dramatically higher, and if you assume Univest wants to raise money, let's say, at some number, like $25, $50, $75, $100 a share, I don't know. You would think they would want to take advantage of a potential gamma squeeze. You would think they'd want to take advantage of everybody being here in the stock, and they'd want to do it by this Friday. On the other hand, they're big, they're whales, and they got all the money in the world. They're richer than Rockefeller, and they can do it when they want to do it. They don't really need us. So I don't know. Compare the volume on vocal and finger and price. I don't know why that's a useful task. Vocal, I own Vocal, and I paid more than 2 cents for it. I lost a ton of money on Vocal, on Created. I lost a ton. I called up someone close to the situation on that Thursday or Friday, and I said, this doesn't look like the deal's going through. It looks like they're gonna walk away. Oh, no. Jeremy has no choice. Who's going to pay him $3.30 for his a share for his company? It's set in stone. Well, when Jeremy decided to walk away from a deal where a company would buy his company for $3.30 a share, albeit in stock, but he would be the CEO. Jeremy would be the CEO of the combined entity, and the same whales were in his stock as in the acquiring company. I didn't expect him to walk away. I really didn't. And then I listened on a couple of his calls. He said, I want to get rid of the hot money. Well, he did that. The hot money's gone from Vocal. But having said all that, I think Jeremy's an honest man. I think he is fighting the shorts. I think he needed to learn that there are bad people on Wall Street. I don't think he really believed the magnitude of what these criminals do. So he learned that. Vocal has set up, it's trading on Upstream. Vocal has announced they're going to distribute that collection of pictures of, to be kind, voluptuous, nearly naked women that were popular in the mid-70s. They don't have tattoos. That's one thing they have going for them. Otherwise, they're a little bit dated and maybe well dated. But that collection has value, and I remember the value being 10 cents a share and as high as $1 a share. I don't know if you have to adjust that a little bit for the fact that the share count got expanded, but I don't think so. I think my memory is good. So if you use 10 cents a share and they're going to distribute that 1-for-1 to people on Upstream, I'd say there's some room at these prices for people who buy Vocal. The other thing is he's got other companies or other divisions he can distribute. So it can keep coming. The hits can keep coming for a while. Also, he's raising money, but not through the traditional criminals on Wall Street. And I don't know the level of success he's having. It's disingenuous to say it's not dilutive because he's not selling shares, because he is selling a piece of the rock. He's selling, ownership of some of the revenue. I haven't seen the deal. I haven't seen the prospectus. But if he concludes that raise, I think Vocal will go up. But then the problem is, what if he doesn't? I guess that's what the shorts are thinking. What if he doesn't? He's going to have to come to the market. What's difficult about Vocal at these prices is they could seller box his company, his share price, just like they did with DBMM and many others. It is evilness out there, and even the brightest, well-intentioned CEO is going to get destroyed by Gary Gensler's inattention / complicity in the destruction of the American financial markets. And that's a complete contradiction to what he said before Congress yesterday. I think Gary Gensler is a flat-out liar. And I judge lying when you're under oath by not being completely truthful and being clever with your words, clever with your lies. Doesn't exonerate you from being a liar. I think Gary Gensler's there for the shorts. He's there for Goldman Sachs Prime Brokerage. He's there for Ken Griffin. He's there for those big funds. And he's also there for hopes of promotion in the Democratic Party. I'm sure he wants to be Treasury Secretary. But I think, based on the call we were just on, I put out a video a while ago, and I'm sure he never saw it, but I said, Gary Gensler, I was standing in front of the SEC. I said, you can go down in history like somebody like Elliot Ness. Everybody can know your name, and they can look up to you, and books will be written about you for all time. Or you can go down in history as a nameless, barely remembered functionary like some of these other SEC chairmen. Or you're going to go down in ignominy. Your name is going to be remembered like, I didn't say this, but like a Nero, or like anyone else that could have done something and didn't. And I think that's what's going to happen to Gary Gensler over the next few months. I think the MMTLP is going to blow up in his face. I think Congress is going to figure out, wait a minute, this happened in MMTLP? Is it happening in other shares? It is? How many? And then they look, oh my God, it's happening in thousands of shares. Is this happening in the mid-market companies? Is it happening in bigger companies? Have you turned our whole financial market into a shit show? I think he's going to go down in ignominy. And that's, couldn't happen to a nicer guy. 775, we've got some green on finger. Golem. The dude does look weird. He's I saw him in person when I went to the thing. He's got a bit of a nervous shake, but I couldn't tell if that was from caffeine or being nervous, or if it's, early Parkinson's or something. I couldn't tell. But I think he's highly wired. CEOs should boycott firms like Lynn Partners NYC. And if it's too good to be true, they shouldn't sign these things. At some point, and only a lawyer could answer that for me, but at some point, a CEO's duty of care, I don't have the language, their fiduciary duty to their shareholders would mean that they should not sign those notes. All right, here's IMNZ. Finger with 8 straight green days finished 0.14 cents below the opening price. Slow and steady until gamma squeeze. Thank you, IMNZ. That means you think it's going to happen this week. Could Finger and GTI be just as big as Microsoft or Apple? No. GTII won't be a $1 trillion company. Do you mean briefly? I suppose. I can't do the arithmetic in my head. But no, I don't think GTI is ever going to be Apple. Could Finger be as big as Apple? I suppose eventually it could get really big. But this dramatic growth in Finger, I would look more at like a company like Snow at the top of its valuation, or I don't know the value of Alibaba. That's probably as big as Microsoft. But yeah, Finger could get huge. I don't want to dissuade you from where your thought process is going. Finger could be a massive company within 5 or 10 years. It could. I'm going to stop using that word, but it could be a really big company over the next decade. It's the kind of stock conceptually, that you put in your retirement account and it gives you really you grow rich on it. Finger is a great story. It's a great, great story, particularly if they now have this kind of financial partner. I really don't understand, and I must be misreading the tea leaves, but I can't understand. It seems like Upstream has had months to look at this, like 2 months, and I don't understand why they're not doing more. On the other hand, somebody's been buying the last 2 days, so anyway, I just don't know what to say. It looks like Top and Hootie had around 2 good days to sell. Yeah, I think Finger will have positive income this third quarter, this year. The numbers on their reports seem to be off by a year, but I think it'll be this year they turn positive. Finger is a little bit like, if you're an American, you say, well, we don't want that kind of data examination. But they do it in aggregate. They don't do it specifically. So it's data based on big numbers, big size of population data sets. But we can't kid ourselves. The United States, each and every one of us, is under surveillance by the federal government and by the tech companies. And I think personally that Zuckerberg and Bezos were funded by the CIA, and the banks helped, and by the government. So that's, call me a conspiracy theorist, but I think we're all under observation 24/7. They probably don't watch my feed very long because it's so boring. Well, China could track individual people with fingers data, I'm sure, but they say they're not. The data that Finger is going to make a fortune on, with Munich Re and Pacific Re, is going to be in aggregate. Imagine having data on 100 million users before you price your life insurance or your car insurance or your automobile insurance or your renter's insurance. I mean, Finger is going to be a big company, and it's going to be, I assume it could be bought out. But in China, for a while, China was going against the big companies like Alibaba and Tencent and looking at smaller companies. So I think Finger's going to get really big. Post-squeeze. 10%. Yeah, that one. That's the one. Business judgment rule, not legal advice. You did a great job on the call, by the way. Not legal advice. I don't know what happened. I don't know if I was under attack or whatever, but my phone froze and I waited, and then I had to turn it off, and I tried to get back on, but Busy didn't notice I was there, and I didn't want to be arrogant and request the mic. So I didn't mean to leave. So I didn't mean to make an Irish exit. Did Borders mention Finger News could be en route? I don't know what Borders said. I know a lot of the information Borders is speaking about that I've seen, but I've been told not to say it. So I don't know. I don't know. I guess people tell him and they give him permission to talk about it. But Daniel Borders is not a, as far as I know, he has not signed an NDA with Finger. And if he has material information, he shouldn't be broadcasting it. But on the other hand, if he's been given permission to do so, I guess it's okay. But I have not heard, I will tell you, I have not heard that there is news en route, as you put it, expected tonight, tomorrow, or Friday. I think there is more news coming on Finger, but I don't know that there could be any bigger news than Upstream being their financial partner, than that they have a shelf registration for $300 million, that they filed the supplemental prospectus for $25 million, which means they're good to go, as the expression is said, on $25 million. And in the document, they make it clear they're going to price it at market, and it's clear that they want to do it at higher prices. All of that is already out there. There are a couple of items that I've heard that I can't talk about, and maybe that's what Daniel Borders is speaking of. But I don't think he's allowed to talk about it either. What I'm cautioning you, Daniel Borders has extremely great network, apparently, and he's got a lot of buyers in Finger, like 2 million shares or more, and more to come. But I don't think his information is any better than mine. It might be. It might be. He's a bigger dude than I am. But to specifically answer your question, Welby, I do think there's more news coming regarding Finger, and probably 2 or 3 things. But what I'm talking about doesn't necessarily have to come out this week. And maybe he knows something I don't know. I don't know, Welby. I'll try to find out. But I'm sure if I find out, I won't be able to say anything. I keep things close to my chest when I'm told to. And so, I don't know. Did you see the latest MMTLP speeding up? Did I mention the amount of Finger shares shorted in today's volume? No, I don't know. It'll be on Twitter. Dozier puts it up. But if I had to guess, it's purely a guess. I bet it's 70%. I would love to squeeze already. Can Uninvest buy without filing a form? Can they buy stock themselves? Yeah, they can buy stock themselves. But would they have to file a form if it goes over 4.9%? Yes. Maybe that's what Daniel Borders is referring to, is if they buy over 2 or 3 million shares, maybe they have to file indicating that, and that would make the stock, well, it used to. I don't know anymore with this manipulated market. It used to make stocks run when a big buyer came in and said they owned 5% of a company. So, yeah, maybe that's it. They would have to disclose and will have to disclose when they go over that. And my understanding of those disclosure rules, and I could be wrong, is it includes funds they control. If I were doing this, I'm not, but as a banker, if I were doing this and I'm Univest, I'd be setting up, and I would have already set up, a special purpose vehicle, for lack of a better term, that said Univest Finger Motion Acquisition Partners 2023. And then they'd get their high net worth investors to put money in that fund, and then they'd buy the shares. And I would have already done that. But my point is if that fund ends up buying over 4.9%, I think Univest would have to disclose it because they manage that fund and they have an interest in that fund. So yeah, I think they can buy without filing anything, but then they're going to have to announce it. And an exception to that would be if they have their high net worth individuals buy the stock in the brokerage accounts at Univest. They don't have to announce that. So yeah, it just depends on how they set up the buying. Can Univest buy a couple of million after hours? Yeah, they can buy. They can buy, and they don't have to stop buying. They could buy 10 million shares tomorrow, but they'll have to disclose it. Or they could have their clients buy it. They don't have to disclose that unless they do it in a specific fund that they manage. They'll have to disclose that. I'm not clear on the timing of those announcements. If you have good lawyers and you intend to keep the buying quiet for a while, you can use separate accounts. You can use buyers that don't lead back to Univest. But you can't carry it on very long. And that's the part I don't know. There might be a reasonable amount of time that your battery of lawyers and your techniques to stay under the radar could buy a little bit of time. But my understanding of the rule, the 4.9%, you have to announce it as immediately when you go over it. Like I say, there might be a little reasonable time, and lawyers could play with that. I don't know, but it has to be announced as soon as you go over it. Yeah, Yahoo Finance still is the hit piece, is the latest news. That's a good point. Look, I think the news organizations have been compromised. If you watch the Moderna shot of the day, and if YouTube's watching, I'm talking about the tennis shot of the day. At the U.S. Open, the Moderna shot of the day, the brilliant tennis play of the day by Novak Djokovic. They have it, the shot of the day, and it's as a girlfriend of mine years ago would say, it's ironical. I would make fun of it, but I kind of miss hearing her say it. It was nice that it's ironical. I don't know why I would make fun back then. Correct it. Perfectly fine word, ironical. Cosmo announced buyback today, and no one posted the news. Well, they've got a long way to go. I mean, I think that's pretty crappy to do deals with. Cosmo got everyone in the stock, ran it up, and burned all the investors by doing a deal selling stock to shorts. And if that CEO could say with a straight face that when he was selling stock to this this poser on Wall Street, which I'm sure they have a website, and I'm sure they have deals and all that, but they're just a flow through to the shorts. If he can say with a straight face he didn't know what he was doing, I don't believe him. But anyway, he did that, and then he did another deal, and now they're buying back stock. Anyway, maybe they've got some revenue going. I mean, the one thing that can change the game for the negatively for the shorts is when a company has so much revenue that the company can buy back shares. The company never has to go to the market again. That can be game changing. But in the meantime, those insiders at COSM got rich. And, they're offshore, their residency and their experiences offshore. I don't have the time to look, but I wouldn't be surprised if there was some trading in personal accounts offshore almost a year ago. But I can't, I can speculate, and I do it. I speculate only for informational purposes. Watch out. But I don't want to say anything bad about any of the people involved. It's just that's what happened with COSM. So anyway, they're buying back. I didn't lose. I lost a tiny bit of money. I bought, as someone close to me said, if you don't sell that stock, I'm never talking to you again. So I sold the stock because he warned me that when you, anyway, I'll leave it at that. So, but I lost a little bit, Anyway, I'm glad he's buying back shares. I didn't see that news, but it's at such a de minimis price compared to where they ran the stock up. Finger will be bigger than U.S. Steel. Well, it'd certainly be bigger than Enron. Well, that's a good point, Peter Sachs. They did the filing with the SEC. Maybe they'll do an announcement highlighting that filing. Maybe that's what Daniel Borders is talking about. It could be. I just don't know. Book value is 404 on COSM. So you divide that by, was it 25 or 15? I think it was 25. 4.04 divided by 25. 16 cents a share. They ran it up to 84 or 90 cents a share. They did a deal at, I can't remember, around 30 cents a share. And 16 cents is below when everyone was, get out of GTII, get out of Finger, come over to COSM, you're going to make so much money. The stock, anyway, the book value is below what people were buying the stock for. I don't know. It doesn't help to relive it. It's yesterday's news. But that is the only company. That is the only company that took money out of the market from this group. The people I've been talking to, I think they took 30, 35, $40 million out of the market. I don't know any other company that was successful like that. Why is Finger different than any other shorted stock? Well, it's not. It's the same. Every stock particularly on the over-the-counter markets, who needs financing and goes to groups like the Lynn Partners, Yorkville Advisors, Power Up Lending, Diagonal, whatever the hell in Alexandria, they're all shorted. So there's no difference. Christine, I really don't want to run through everything again on Finger. I'm just too tired. But I'll tell you a few of the things that are different. every Chinese stock that's squozed, related to Univest in the past, they haven't had particularly good fundamentals. Finger not only has fundamentals, they have an 8-year track record. They have alliances with the biggest companies in China. They have, and I'm not going to go through it, they have 6 or 7 different business units that most are firing on all cylinders. They're going to turn profitable in the third quarter of this year or the fourth quarter. They have massive revenue growth ahead. They only have 50 million shares approximately outstanding. They have a CEO who is not going to sign another toxic convertible note. He's not going to bail out the shorts. They have West Christian suing market makers and etc. They hired West Christian and Share and Tell. I don't know exactly the details of what they're doing. They have, according to Tom Ronk, who collects this data, they have 170 million shares sold from FINRA data, from data he buys elsewhere, without locating the shares, without borrowing the shares, without owning the shares, without issuing a prospectus. Shares that are sold by the criminals, 170 million, against a float that's possibly as low as 10 million shares, an effective public float. There are people out there that say, oh, that's impossible. Well, the other thing Finger has, Ham, and you may think he's full of shit, the Ham and others have followed Finger every single day for 4 or 5 years. I have followed it. Now, I don't have the eagle eye Ham has. I don't have his brilliant memory or his ability to process numbers during the day. It's supernatural that what he can do because he was a trader on Wall Street. But I will tell you that I believe that they haven't covered any shares. Any. One could argue, well, that might have been covering back in October of November of last year. I don't think so. I think that was all caught them unaware. Why do I say that? Because in 10 straight days, they sold 104 million shares. Those shares don't exist. There's people out there that say, oh, come on. Oh, they just borrowed it. Oh, they're just doing a favor. Oh, there's private deals. Oh, there's delivery later on. Oh, you don't know they bought back those shares. I don't see it. It's never shown up in the volume. It's never shown up in the daily trading. 104 million shares were sold in 10 days that did not exist. That's almost a year ago. Since then, another 50, 60, 70 million shares have been sold. That's unique to Finger. One trap short, Lynn Partners and their 4 clients. Management that is on the side we are and won't sell us out. A tremendous fundamental story. A stock that, in my opinion, should be $10 to $35 a share right now. An enormously good alliance with one of the best investment banks on Wall Street, Univest, particularly in the space of Chinese stocks. And this is a North American, it's a United States stock, but the business is in the... But if you have a better short story, buy it. Let's see. They projected 168 million by 2025. I know when I read their filings, Finger, they say 2025, they say 2024. When you look at it closely, I think you have to bring it back by a year. I think those numbers are sooner than 2025. I don't know why it's like that. But the numbers they say 2024, that's actually this year. It's actually this year. But I'm not contradicting you. I think the revenue growth for Finger is going to be explosive. Just the Apple Care. Imagine on 10 million phones. Let's say $100 a phone, 25% of that. But what if they get 50 million phones, 100 million phones? That's less than 10% of the available market. They have the number one warranty insurance company on their side. I don't know the name. And that's ready to go now. China's moving to 5G. And it's mandated by law that if you buy a phone, you have to buy this. The consumer doesn't have an option. Finger has an enormous upside. I've replaced the word massive with the word enormous, if you notice. An engineered short squeeze would be a huge Chinese hit against crooked American equity markets. It's a good point. Question is, will it happen this week or next week? AMC just did a slingshot down and up by 1 bid each. Look, anyway, I think you play with AMC and GME at your own risk. One of the differences with Finger and with GTII, you can follow the shorts. You know who it is. You can see the pattern. In GME and AMC, you can't. It's so blurred by, you remember, Cohen and Griffin rescued Marvin Capital and the other one. Everything's so mixed in, you can't tell who's shorting. And the argument that when you're seeing the short data, you're not accounting for the crossing and the buying back, that has happened in GME and the other one, AMC. They ran up. For some reason, people didn't sell. Now they're back down. Those same guys that lost all that money on the way up, they sold all the way down. Every time it pops up, they sell it back down again. They're just stripping you and your hope. And I don't see why those stocks are ever going to go up, ever. But the caveat I give you is there's some people out there that do some excellent work, like George Donahue, who were saying that those stocks are going to have the mother of all squeezes. But I'd rather be in Finger or GTII because you've got a Wall Street hand who is reading the data. They've seen the data, and you're close. The management's working with you. You don't have Adam Aaron or Popcorn making decisions. You don't have COSM misleading you about, we're going to change our name, we're going to change our QSIP, and there's a 2,000% short. It was all hogwash. All of it was hogwash. And it suckered people in, drove it up, and then people, not everybody, but many, many, many people, many of you lost money. And then you're still bummed out that GTII didn't squeeze. I think it would have squoze a year ago. And it hurt you guys. It pisses me off. But, you can't control. Other people come in with their agenda. They have companies. They see a big group of investors, and innocently or not, it has an effect. But with Finger and GTII, they're not. Management is not. In the case of GTII, management was asked repeatedly by Charlie Mayo and the Kramers, sell us some stock. And they said, no, no, no. Management was asked out of Switzerland, 19 million shares. And that might be why the stock's going up, by the way. 19 million shares to cover. They called in 3 times that I know of, asking, can you sell us, when the stock was 3, can you sell us 20 million shares? We'll pay you $3. The answer came back no. When it was 2, can you sell us 20 million shares at $2? $2. Answer was no. At 150, can you sell us 20? No. So the management is not going to sell you out like the management did at COSM or at GME and AMC. I give all credit that management now is fighting on your side at COSM, but they raised $40 million. They already got the money based on contracts. We got this contract, we got that contract. Do you know how many companies are out there? We got this big contract, and we got this big alliance. Here's a piece of paper with a title on it, and there's a piece of paper. We just need investors to come in so we can make this match with that, and it's all going to be great. There's so many companies out there like that. And they all get hurt in Gary Gensler's market. They all get hurt. GME didn't sell out. I meant to say AMC. I'm not fluent in these stocks, so AMC kiddies. AMC is garbage and done for. I think GME will dip in the 8, 9, 10s. But Ryan Cohen has big plans if he's still in charge. He's under pressure for what he did in Bing Y. You might be right, though. You might be right. Sada Aman. What do you know about tomorrow's meeting in Congress? I don't know except what I heard on the call. My understanding is that it's closed, so there's no reason to visit it. What do I think about it, if that's your question? I think it's huge. I think it's huge. You know, once people start looking at it, Sada Aman, it's kind of like having a guy ask you, I know you're married. I'm not trying to be disrespectful to you specifically, but in general, a guy asks you out and you go, no, I don't want to, no, I'm not interested. I have a boyfriend or I have a cat. But then later on, he might call you again or you might see him again and it gets in your head and you're thinking about him and you think, well, if he asks me again, I might go out with him. It's kind of like that. The committee is going to study this for MMTLP. And, you know, they can't all be idiots. If they subpoena the blue sheets, as it's called, or the time and sales, or just if they just ask the question, what is the discrepancy? Are we to understand that 1 billion shares were sold and there's only 165 shares that exist? Well, no, wait a minute. Is that the problem? Yes. Well, once they see that, there's not a single congressman or congresswoman that won't be later on walking down the street, taking a shower, and see a headline or a message on MMTLP, and they won't wonder, you know, if these guys were selling these shares in MMTLP and FINRA let them do it, and the SEC looked the other way, I wonder how many other companies they did. And then she gets to her office. She asks one of her legislative aides, could you look up other companies and see if this has happened in other companies? And all of a sudden, she has a whole list of all these companies that have been abused by short sellers. Then it doesn't take much further thinking to say, wow, are our financial markets safe? Are our retirement accounts safe? Get Gary Gensler back here. So I think it's huge, Sadaman. I think it's huge. It's a great tribute to your work when you came to Congress and the work you've done on the space calls. All of the people on the calls. It's a tribute to the lawyers. It's a tribute to everyone except for J.R. Ewing. I'm just kidding. It's a tribute to J.R. Ewing as well. Lost 17,000 selling ape last year, but I bet if you had sold when Lou told you to, you would have lost less. Down 33,000 on AMC. Lou, I don't know your situation. I cannot give you specific advice. But if I were you, tomorrow morning, I would sell my AMC. I would buy Finger. I know it's more expensive. I would wait 31 days and then buy back my AMC if you really want to be in it. That way you can take advantage of that $33,000 loss. I assume it's long-term now because you seem to be diamond hands, but it's a long-term loss. So that would save you $7,000 on your taxes. And if you don't have gains, you can take $3,000 a year off your income for a couple of years. And that's meaningful. That's something. But if you sell AMC tomorrow, you buy Finger, and Finger runs in the next couple of weeks, let's say Finger goes up by 3 or 5 times, you can triple your money, quadruple your money, and let's say you don't even wait longer, or let's say Finger doesn't really squeeze beyond that. Just try to be conservative with your expectations. Let's say it goes from 7 to 35. It goes up 5 times, and maybe you sell sooner. But let's just say it goes up 5 times. You could take whatever your principal is there, multiply it by 5, and I'm guessing you'll make back that $33,000. You can sell, wait 31 days, and buy back your AMC. And you'll have a loss, you'll have a good feeling, and you won't be just standing there as a victim. It's all the information's there. Every time AMC goes up, Adam Aron does another deal. It was there. Billions and billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars of money needed for Adam Aron. It's all there. Anyway, that's what I would do, but I don't know your situation. Buying puts sounds great, but the two problems with buying puts, the premiums are sometimes massive, and the other thing is they expire. So. You would have called guys like Gary Gensler a wimp in high school. Well, when I graduated, anyway, I kept getting called up for these various honors and awards. There were people that made fun of me. So it's not, I don't think it's nice to call somebody a wimp or a nerd in high school. Maybe it's because I was, I wasn't the quarterback. But I don't think it's nice to make fun of people in high school or college. And in fact, it's not really that nice to make fun of Gensler. I don't mind calling him out for his behavior and the horrendous, in my opinion, avoidance of his duty. But I don't like calling him, as some people have, saying that he looks like Mr. Burns or the other things. I don't really like it. I don't think it's wrong to say he's dissembling and he's a liar and he's, and in my opinion, of course, and he's trying to deflect attention. and saying that he works on behalf of Goldman Sachs. I think, in my judgment, all of that's true, but that's behavior oriented. That's not making fun of the person. I don't think it's the highest quality of human beings when we make fun of other people. Because when you think about it and you look in the mirror, we all have big noses. That's right, Samantha H. Now, I'm not judging you. You just said, imagine what he would have been like in high school. And I don't. Anyway, I don't want to go there. It is useful, and I think it's fair to point out that certain people in politics maybe came from financially uncomfortable positions. Maybe they had a hard time in high school and college, and then once they make it, they start accumulating, they start dating, that stuff happens. But that's back to behavior rather than look, I'm not perfect, don't get me wrong. I used to have a girlfriend, really I did. She was great. She's married now, like all my girlfriends. They're so smart. They marry somebody else. She's got 2 kids. But she used to always point out some inappropriate woman, and she'd say, there's your girlfriend. And I used to do that with her. I'd see some guy that I say, there's your boyfriend. And so I'm not perfect. I'm not perfect at all. So I'm not calling you out, and I'm not judging you. I'm just saying I'd like to try to be better than that. That's all. But I'm not perfect. I think Gary Gensler is rat's a strong word, but I think weasel might be better. The guy is a quisling. He is doing the work of the thieves. And it's just horrible. I don't know how he lives with himself. $7 puts for October are 160. Well, I don't know what because I didn't take a picture of it. I don't know what the $7 puts are that expire on Friday, but my guess is they're only 60 or 70 cents. So if you're paying $1.60 for October, maybe there's 60 cents, just to be simplistic, for September, which is 2 days. You're probably going to lose your 60 cents or lose part of it. But if you buy the Friday calls for 60 cents, you're saving $1 vis-a-vis the October calls. So if you put that $1 in your pocket, come Monday, let's say the 7s expire worthless. If you have that $1, you can then buy your October calls, 7 calls, and I guarantee you they'll be cheaper than $1.60 by more than 60 cents. I don't know where Ben Bernanke went, but I assume he went to one of the paid positions on Wall Street. Look where Obama went. First thing Obama did is make $60 million. What has Obama done as an ex-president that's remotely admirable? He just made himself rich. Did Ham say he has a call with Busy Brands tonight? Or it's some other time? Oh, he works with Ken Griffin. Swell. Well, God. Patrick Byrne said that Citadel is the Federal Reserve. Obviously, it's not actually the Federal Reserve. But the point is that the trading that Citadel does is on behalf of the Federal Reserve. So I'm sure Ben Bernanke got to know Ken Griffin. This has to stop. These bankers don't add anything to society. Zero. You could manage your money better. And they only let you have 6, 7, 8% while they make 30% cheating or 50% cheating or 100% cheating. Yeah, I was a smart kid in school, although I always am insecure about it. But I was never duplicitous, and I was never, I had friends all over school. But it is weird in high school when you're striving for high grades and a lot of people are out partying. And you live with that scar I do anyway, a long time, because you can't do both. You can't do both. And we all like to have fun, I guess, feel included. Citadel, I don't. Skinny Whale, promise me you will not vote for Biden? Is that a serious challenge? I'm not sure Biden's going to run, but there's only 3 people I'll vote for that seem to be in the field. I'll vote for Trump, Kennedy, or Gabbard. Otherwise, I'm not voting. I don't know who's going to win. I don't think they're going to let Trump get the nomination. I don't think they're going to let Kennedy get the nomination. And I don't think they're going to let Gabbard get the nomination. So I don't know what I'll do. But I'm not going to vote for Kamala Harris. I'm not going to vote for Joe Biden. I'm not going to vote for Hillary Clinton. I'm not going to vote for Gassy Newman. And I'm not going to vote for the guy out of Florida. I can't remember his name right now. Chisholm or whatever his name is. I'm not going to vote for him. I don't know about this Vinek Ramswamsi, the name that goes on forever. He looks good and he looks appealing, but he's very young. So I don't know. I don't know where I would go with him. I don't know about Noam. She seems to be okay, but I don't know enough about her. I don't trust Haley at all. 0, zip, nada. And Pence might as well just go pound sand. And I'm trying to think of the other Republicans running. Oh, the governor from Virginia, if he ran, I'd listen to it. He's wealthy. Interesting, but I don't know enough about him. I don't know any Republican women that are running other than Haley, who I don't like. But I'm on the surface, I'm impressed with Paulina Luna. She has looks, and she could dress like AOC or something, but she doesn't. She dresses professionally, but she goes after power, and she goes after with correct questions. But she's very new, so I don't know. But I'm interested in seeing what she would do over time. Matt Getz, who takes a while to seems to ask the right and be willing to use power. Donald's I like, but none of them are running. But I won't vote for Joe Biden. I won't vote for Joe Biden. I mean, the real question is who is running the country now? Some people say it is Obama. Yeah, somebody, who was that? Was it Will Rogers or was it somebody else that said about public servants serving and then they get wealthy? It's not right. It's not right. Oh, Carrie Lake. Yeah, maybe she'd be good. I don't, personally, she's not quite my type, but yeah, you got to admit, she fights and she seems to have integrity. You got a good point on Carrie Lake. M. Casey. I got to think where I heard that. I was listening to a podcast. I actually think it was a talk from one of the founders of AA that I found on YouTube when I wasn't sleeping. Yeah, I think that's it. Or it was a guy named Casey, I think. No, you're Casey. What was his name? Sandy. I think his name was Sandy. So anyway, I listened, fell asleep, and then I woke up just as he was saying that if he had to summarize AA, it could be cut down to one word: letting go, let go. But then he followed up by saying that means getting rid of your ego. That the ego, because when he came in, he didn't believe in God and all that, or a higher power. And anyway, his whole talk was about how our egos keep us from God. So it's funny you just said that, because I've been thinking about it for the last 24, 48 hours. Ego. Ergo, ego. It's a very interesting point. Why do you think JFK died? I think JFK died because Robert Kennedy went after the mob. I think JFK died. I don't think Cuba. I don't think Castro went after him, even though he tried to. Apparently, we tried to kill Castro. I don't think Castro went, although they might have helped. I think Kennedy may have died, almost certainly may have died, for wanting to pull us out of Vietnam. Kennedy said he was going to smash the CIA into 1,000 pieces. And everything I can glean, he was going to get us out of Vietnam. So I think that explains a good deal why he may have been killed. I think there was a party that benefited from his death in two ways: by staying out of prison and by becoming president. And it's possible. And then finally, I think Kennedy was threatening the banks and just to cut to the chase, I think Kennedy asked the question, why do we need to issue money through the Federal Reserve? Let's just do it through the Treasury, just to be simplistic. And I think that threatened the banks and a lot of powerful people. So I'm a huge fan of the Kennedys, all of them. I know that the men in particular, seem to have really lived in a way that I don't know how that's acceptable. But on the other hand, they had money, they had power, the two, can I say the word aphrodisiacs? And they were good looking, so I guess the temptation was always there. But I'm not supporting that activity. But I think the Kennedys really tried to do the right thing and lead and took their job in politics very seriously. And perhaps one of the most imperfect of Kennedys was Teddy. But Teddy did so much. He did so much fighting in the Senate. So anyway, I think JFK may have partly been killed for standing up for what was right and going against the powers that be. And anyway, who knows why he was? Who knows? Kennedy died because he was shot in the head. Yeah. I love what Kennedy did with civil rights, except I think Jack was a little slow, but on the other hand, I think he knew what could be done, right? Truman was good on civil rights when he integrated the Army, because he served. He actually served. But Robert Kennedy, just amazing on civil rights. But it's really odd. Johnson, who we can at least agree was a complicated man, he was able to get through things for civil rights that I don't know that even Jack Kennedy could have gotten through. But then Teddy, oh my gosh, Teddy had to do the hard work over the years. Anyway, I'm a fan. Yeah, Robert and JFK. I'm growing, I've been listening to some of the speeches that JFK gave KYP, and I'm really growing. My admiration for JFK is really growing. It's always been there for RFK, and I may have said it when you were listening, but if you haven't listened to RFK's speech in Indianapolis the day Martin Luther King was shot, prior to cell phones, prior to people even owning, a lot of people even owning televisions. All of RFK's advisors said, you can't go down to the center of Indianapolis. That's not safe. And he said, no, I'm going. And he went against the advice of all of his people. And he stood up on a flatbed and he had a speech, but he didn't read it. He said, I have bad news for you today. Martin Luther King was shot and killed, and the whole crowd goes silent. And he said something like it by all information or by appearances, it looks like Martin Luther King was killed by a white man. I too had a member of my family killed by a white man. And we as a nation can go black against white. We can go that road, or we can go where we try to live together with love and compassion and understanding for each other. And he quoted Aeschylus, I can't pronounce it. He said something, my favorite poet, sorrow, I'm not going to get it right. Sorrow so deep and pain and sorrow so deep with the awful justice of God, or the awful power of God, it drips. The sorrow drips on your heart until, I'll look it up. I can't remember it exactly. I'll look up that poem. It's amazing. And he quoted it. He quoted it from heart. But as a result of his speech, there was the only city that did not riot was Indianapolis. I can't find the poem. He said, what we need in the United States is not division. What we need in the United States is not hatred. What we need in the United States is not violence or lawlessness, but it is love and wisdom and compassion toward one another, with a feeling of justice toward those who still suffer within our country, whether they be white or whether they be black. He said, he quoted the Greek playwright Aeschylus. I'm sure I mispronounced that. Even in our sleep, pain which cannot forget falls drop by drop upon the heart until, in our own despair, against our will, comes wisdom through the awful grace of God. Anyway, I liked RFK, you can tell. I also liked Rose Kennedy, because she's a traditional Catholic, and growing up when you're young, you as a sort of not so great Catholic, but a Catholic, you can be a little bit hard on someone like that. Oh my gosh, she's so strict. She's so, But then as you get older, you realize that her messages are eternal. They're eternal. And one of my favorite is, with all of the suffering that she had, she would say, tomorrow the birds shall sing. Tomorrow the birds will sing. Amazing, amazing. Oh, okay, Gribron. Your pain is the breaking of the shell that encloses your understanding. That's awesome. There's Alan. And even in our sleep, pain which cannot forget falls drop by drop upon the heart until in our own despair, he stands there like that, until in our own despair, against our will, comes wisdom through the awful grace of God. That's great. MLK was killed by a black man. Malcolm X was killed by a black man, but MLK was not. Actually, I think Malcolm X was killed by 2 or 3. Lauren Wood, CIA not allowed to work with the USA, so they hire the mob. Could be. Do I think RFK will get the Dem nod? No, I don't think he will. And I'm going to upset a lot of people, but I don't think the powers that, I'm going to say it more gently, I don't think the powers that be in the Democratic Party will let RFK win it. I don't think they will. I think he'd be great, though. Well, Ted Kennedy made a mistake, although... MLK was not killed by James Earl Way? So that was a cover-up? Oh, my gosh. I'd have to look into that. I saw an interpretation of what happened at Chappaquiddick that, it still doesn't reflect well on Kennedy in terms of drinking and being with a young woman. But it wasn't as bad as what people have come to think, but he didn't handle that well. So there's somebody saying I look like Mr. Burns. All right, well, I can't help it. I guess it's the the pain is tough, and it's not just tough, KYP, it's hard it's hard culture. I don't know what word to use, but it's probably hard to believe. But his death and Kennedy's death wasn't just difficult for the hopes of what's come to be called African Americans. It was for a lot of people, including me. I was a kid, but there was a lot lost from what we could have been. I look like Sparky Anderson. I've got to do something with my looks. I would never. I look a lot like my father. Trump, RFK. I don't think Trump. One, I don't think they're going to let him get there, but I don't think Trump would ever run with RFK. Why? RFK can get more cameras than Trump. And I say that respectfully. But I'm not sure. But if they could, what would be perfect about that is Trump can only serve one term. RFK could come in behind, and I would trust him to look out for us. It would be powerful, but it's 2 white men. It's never going to happen. It's never going to happen. 2 white men. We need to get... Oh, God. I don't know what KYP thinks of Kamala Harris, but number 1, I don't think she's African American, but number 2, I certainly don't think she's qualified to be president. RFK Jr., you mean RFK Jr. RFK Jr.'s got some skeletons in his closet, but he's got integrity, and he's got a fearlessness, and he's got years. I don't know, KYP, if you've read his books, but I read his book, and I gave it away to a lot of people, called Crimes Against Nature. It's not that big. It's not that big. It's excellent. Excellent. Each chapter, as I recall, was a different issue. And then he also wrote a different book, and right now it's skipping my head. I read it too. I can't remember it. But he's worked on these causes, RFK Jr., and he's a lot like his mother and his father. His mother was or is, I think she might still be alive, actually, Eunice. She's a wonderful person too. So I would love to see RFK Jr. as president. But the Democratic Party is run by the Clintons and all of that money. And now it's also run by some semblance of Obama. And then there's Claiborne out of South Carolina. And Claiborne wants Biden because Claiborne told Biden, if you put I think he used the words African-American woman in the Supreme Court, if you put an African-American woman as vice president, I will get South Carolina to vote for you. And I think Claiborne still backs Biden. So I just don't see them. I just don't see them supporting. And women in the Democratic Party do not support RFK Jr. I don't know. I don't know where we're going. Samantha, you do not need to do anything with your looks. You're handsome. Samantha, I don't see that, but I've always been self-conscious about that. But I do know, Samantha, when I was younger, there was something, because it's gone now. I notice it. I notice that it's gone. But hey, you got to use it or lose it, I guess. I don't mind listening to RFK talk. A lot of people say that voice bothers them, but two things that Trump does in his own way, but RFK does. They talk to the audience with respect. They assume the audience can handle discussion of current events or current situations, no holds barred. And I like that. RFK does it differently than Trump. But Trump uses the skills he learned in front of a television. And Trump knows, like George W. Bush did and Ronald Reagan did, that you've got, and actually I think Bill Clinton did too. Bill did it a little bit better. But you just got to focus on one or two ideas, maybe three, and keep repeating it over and over again, because your audience, when they leave, they're only going to remember one or two things. So if you want them to remember what you want them to remember, keep saying it over and over again. And then Trump downplays how he says things, because he also knows, and Kamala Harris tries to do that, but he also knows that people remember simple messages, simple words. But Trump's an intelligent man. I don't buy that, the argument that he's not. And in many ways, though, I enjoy listening to RFK instead of Trump, because I don't need to hear things 3 times in a row or in the same sentence. I don't need to hear it 3 times. I can learn it hearing it once. LGIQ merger, I think, will be approved this week, or possible now that the week's almost over. I think almost certainly next week. The LGIQ merger came down to a final comment from the SEC. How are you going to pay for it? And SPACs, I've never organized a SPAC, but as the way I understand how SPACs work, people put $100 million in a SPAC. And then at the end of the day, after the SPAC, a year later, a year and a half later, organizes their merger, people can get their money back, their subscription back from the SPAC, plus a rate of return. And it's a pretty safe, I guess the argument goes, it's a pretty safe investment. It's called a redemption. So there were a lot of redemptions in the Aubrey SPAC. So and that's by right. They have a right to do that. So Aubrey SPAC didn't have enough capital to effect the acquisition of DataLogic. So the Peter Board's on the board and possibly going to have a bigger role in Logic in the future. He called up two funds that he's worked with over the years, that he's known 20 or 30 years, and they immediately arranged for financing for Logic and for the DataLogic part, for the Aubrey SPAC part. And they had a choice. We could spend 60 days, 90 days to raise the money, or if you want us to do it quickly, here's the deal. And the deal, as I understand it, with the DataLogic is not as bad as the way I first saw it. I figured they were going to issue 3.1 or 3.2 million shares for sure. But as I understand it, it's only going to be 1.6 million shares, because the only way to get to the other shares basically is if the deal doesn't happen and if the stock goes so far down, and it won't. So now I'm persuaded that you're going to see a slight bit of dilution. I'd say less than 10%, and maybe as little as 5 or 6% in terms of number of shares out there. But what you get in return on the Aubrey SPAC side, the DataLogic side, it's going to be called collective audience. What you get in return is, number one, the deal's done and it's approved next week. But you're also going to have a company that I think is going to be worth, instead of $1.25 to you a share, it could be worth as much as $1.75 to $2.50 a share or more, but I'd say in that range. So I think you get a bump up in the valuation that I've been using all along. And that's on the collective audience side. That's on the DataLogic side. The guys doing this are going to make a hell of a lot of money. They're going to have a chance, as I understand it, subject to somebody telling me I'm wrong, but I got a pretty good source of information. They're going to be able to, they're going to get their 1.6 million shares, and they're going to be able to sell something like 600,000 shares of the SPAC, probably as the deal is being effected, as it's closing. So right now the SPAC shares are trading at around $11, just under $11 a share. The acquisition of the DataLogic piece was priced at $114 million at $10 a share of the SPAC. So that works out to 11,400,000 shares. And there's still some shares there. I don't know how many. I think you were looking at, prior to this deal, I think you were looking at around 12 or 13 million shares outstanding of the NASDAQ listed Aubrey SPAC created collective audience. That might expand by 1 million shares. But there's going to be 600,000 shares that are issued to these guys to get the deal done for $5 million, which I think they're going to be able to trade right away. My understanding is the Aubrey SPAC shares, which are currently trading for $11, could go as high as $30 or $40 briefly, because other SPACs have had these these kind of short-term squeezes, not like we expect out of Finger, but Aubrey SPAC shares, which will become collective audience, could, instead of being at $11, they could go to $40. So these guys organizing this deal, they're going to have a hit and run on 600,000 shares. They're going to make some quid. It could be a nice trade for them. But be that as it may, that's life. That's life. What we get as shareholders, we get a stock in collective audience, which should be approved this week or next week, because the question was, how are you going to finance it? Well, now they have that answer. And they gave that answer prior to the announcement of the deal, the filing. So we expect that. I'm going to guess that the approval comes next week, although it could come this week. And our $10 share price, not only is it currently at 11, it might end up at 20 or 25 or $30. It runs up to 40 and it settles maybe at 20 or 25. So that $1.15, $1.25 I've been telling you that it's worth to our Logic shares might end up being $2 or $2.50 a share value as the deal is consummated. And then, as I've told you all along, I think that could end up being something like a $6-7 stock to our interest over the next months. That's on the data Logic side. On the Logic Shell side, where I have to tell you, I have a hard time believing it. But the financing there is $5 million. It goes out 3 years, and it has some sort of end date in November. But it has all these things in it, the VWAP and the looking backwards and all this crap that I associate with toxic convertible notes. But apparently, the wording is in there. I can't defend it. I'm not going to even try to. But I was told that they're not going to short sell that stock. These two funds are friends with Peter Bordes, and they're not going to short sell. They're not selling before. They're not going to sell during, and there's some sort of way of conversion, it's stretching my memory, that they'll have, that we won't be in a situation where they continue to short the shell part of the stock. I'm taking that on the word of a guy that I trust, and I'm willing to take his assurances, but I don't like VWAPs. I don't like backward-looking formulas. I got to tell you that. But anyway, the shares of the stock of Logic right now, 25 cents. I told you a couple weeks ago, because I heard directly that it was going to be approved. They expected approval. But at that time, they hadn't gotten the question from the SEC, how are you going to pay for it? So that was a new comment. So it's been delayed. the reason for taking these two transactions, albeit expensive, is to get it done now. Get it done. Just get it done. Let's move on. And they're being done with two friends of Peter Borders who has a great track record. He's known them for 30 years. There's all sorts of assurances. So logic, one piece of paper, becomes collective audience, I think, at $2 or $2.50 a share now instead of $1.25. I think you could get $2 a share value out of the gate. And remember, they're going to have other deals to bring in right away. So that's on that side. The other piece of paper you're going to get is the shell of logic. This is the one that had a smaller impact on our rate of return. I have been assured that it won't be a toxic situation. So I'm now convinced that we will get this kind of value. I'm going to admit to you, I'm taking a deep breath and saying, all right, guys, I'll believe you. But I don't like VWAPs. I don't like formula. But I'm told that it's going to. Now, the other thing about this, and Brent's talked about it in calls, it's public. Logic had a reverse merger candidate that they let expire, the deal expire, that was worth basically 50 or 60 cents a share, maybe 40, 50, 60 cents a share. I know they're working on other deals. They are screening cream of the crop deals. So I don't think they let one go because they're going to put a worser deal in. So I think it'll be worth 50, 60, 70 cents a share. If we assume, let's say 60 cents, and we assume this is worth, let's just say $1.50, you've got $2.10 of value. The stock right now is trading at 21 cents. I think approval comes, you pay right now 21 cents. You get two pieces of paper that are worth $2.10, $2.50 in value, and you get that approval next week. You start a 10-day proxy period. I think the whole thing is done and dusted by the end of September, beginning of October. And the advantage of it being completed, it's not confusing anymore. And both companies are already talking to other companies, private, that have young teams, new technology, patents, revenues, profits that they're going to bring on board after this is completed. So the urgency to get the deal done was partly to make sure they got all these other transactions they're looking at. They don't want them to go away. So yeah, the financing might look, it's kind of like hard money in real estate. It's bloody expensive, but it's available, it's quick, and then it's finished. And then they can grow the revenues, they can grow value for shareholders, they can build up the team and technology. The answer to your question is I expect approval by next week, and I expect this deal to be consummated by the end of September, first half of October. But I think we should be talking about Finger. Trudeau is one you should be worried about. I happen to agree with you, Ocean Sailing. I find a lot of my friends who just can't stand Trump. I ask them, have you ever listened to a speech? No. Yeah, I know. Yeah. I say, really? Have you listened all the way through? And have you listened to more than one? They never have. Ocean Sailing, you've probably seen it, but the news repeats itself. You can literally see the theme of the day. It's amazing. If the vote were Biden or Trump, you just wouldn't vote because you can't stand Trump. Well, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not going to convince you. But Trump wasn't perfect because I think he should have fixed the elections while he was in there. But he didn't start any wars. He didn't, he improved. He did more for minorities than Obama did. I'll give you one example. I forget what the organization is called, but, you know, at the risk of being wrong, the National Association of Black Colleges and their whole team came to the White House asking for funding for the year. And Trump said to them, "Do you come every year to ask for this funding?" And they say, "Yeah, we come every year. We never have a problem." And Trump said, "Well, why don't we change that? Why don't we set it up?" And this is my memory. "Why don't we set it up so we fund it for 10 years?" And he did it. This is the, you know, the white racist. He did that. He, I'm not going to remember exactly how he did it, but he contradicted. He put in place policies that ended some of the hardest part. He did more for African Americans and Hispanic Americans in prison than Obama ever did. And you've got to remember that Joe Biden, as he proudly states, wrote the crime bill that Bill Clinton signed and put into effect with his salesmanship. Remember his Sister Sula moment? And then Hillary and Bill and Joe went on a campaign for that crime bill. Joe Biden said, "I don't want my children going to a jungle in the high school." He said that. Hillary Clinton, by reputable sources, uses or did use the N-word all the time. But the visible consequences of the crime bill, which in effect comes down to 3 strikes, you're out. If you smoke crack cocaine, like Hunter Biden does, if you are caught with some, and I don't do drugs, by the way, and I'm against them, but if you use cocaine and you have a little packet and you're arrested and it happens 3 times, prison. Even marijuana, prison after 3 times. 3 strikes, you're out. And guess who doesn't have the fancy lawyers like the white boy Hunter Biden? His father put in his father's crime bill, broke up families in the African and American community, broke up Hispanic families, and maybe a few white families, maybe, for the crime of using drugs 3 times and getting caught. And I know there's other crimes too. 3 strikes, you're out. 3 strikes, you're out. And Bill Clinton was proud of it. Joe Biden's proud of it. And Hunter Biden doesn't have to go to prison under that rule because he's got the powerful lawyers and the rich. Well, what about these young men? I remember the pressures to do drugs in high school, college, and afterwards. All over the place. I remember the confusion as women I dated would use drugs. But what if you're a young man who doesn't make the decisions I did and you're using drugs? Well, if you're not white and you don't have a family that's white that can get a lawyer I'm talking about in the 80s, 70s, 80s, and 90s. Where are you going to turn? It's changed now. I acknowledge that African American communities and Hispanic communities are wealthy and educated, and they have these alternatives. But back then, no. And then Bill Clinton made private prisons. Private. They make money off of prisoners. You call home, they make money. This is the Democratic Party. Trump didn't do that. Trump didn't do that. The white racist Trump didn't do that. The men that I always voted for, they did it. Well, I'm against that. I'm against the crime bill. I'm against poor men and women, but poor men mostly, whether they're black, white, or Hispanic or whatever, being put in prison for 3 strikes or out on drugs. I'm against it, and I don't do drugs. So I don't know. I'm not as anti-Trump, surprisingly, because if I read the news, I'd go, "Oh my God, he's only got hillbillies going after, and he's going to put us back in the Connor Bull time of racism." And he's, that he under Trump, more minorities made money and advanced in their careers than under Obama. Now, I don't know. I mean, was it Trump or was it the economy? I don't know. But all I know is Trump wasn't a racist until he ran against Hillary Clinton. He wasn't a racist until he ran against Hillary Clinton. Most of our political presidents have been proven to be corrupt. Well, it's weird. Jimmy Carter wasn't. Harry Truman wasn't. I don't think FDR was. George H.W. Bush, he may have had a role, may have had some knowledge of the Kennedy killing, but I don't think he enriched himself on purpose after he got out of office. He did receive some stock for a speech instead of accepting money that made a lot of money. So I'm 50-50 on George H.W. Bush. George W. Bush, I think, I wouldn't say he sold, and Obama. They made a lot of money after office and maybe during office. There's no question that Hillary Clinton is corrupt, in my opinion, corrupt. I don't know about Bill. He seems to go along with everything. And Biden, the evidence is there. I don't see any corruption on the part of Donald Trump. I don't see any corruption at all. None. It's all out there in the press, but I don't see it. And I try to get information everywhere I can. On RFK Jr., I don't see any corruption. He had a weird habit as it regards women that I don't like. He also was on drugs. He admits it, and he stopped. But remember the pain he must have gone through when he lost his father and his uncle. I don't judge that. But RFK Jr. did not support the crime bill. Tulsi Gabbard, I don't think, is corrupt. She hasn't been president yet, but I do not think she's corrupt. And she stood up against the powers that be at the DNC. I think she's a person of integrity. Anyway, I don't think all politicians are corrupt. Richard Nixon, I don't think was corrupt. Believe it or not. I didn't like him, but I don't think he was corrupt. Ronald Reagan, I don't think he was corrupt. I didn't like him as president. He made some money, but not a lot when he got out giving speeches. But I think people around him were. So I guess you'd put him in the category of corrupt. Do you ever see the Norm Macdonald skit on Saturday Night Live? He's saying something like, I think Clinton signed a law against same-sex marriage. He said it's supposed to be between a man and a wife or something. So Norm Macdonald says that Bill Clinton's against same-sex marriage, and then they show a picture of